Welcome to the fourth round. Guys, we've already passed half a point of this tournament, and today you can find us in some new t-shirts.
Yeah, ECU TV, we want to promote our new concept. There were some issues around, but I'm pretty sure that we will get to the level which we want. There are many events in future which we can cover and give you a better user experience. But in the meantime, let's run to the playing hall. Let's see the bird view, what's going on there.
You can see the players, of course. Getting to the playing hall, we still have around 10 minutes or 8 minutes till the start of the round. So everybody is getting ready.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, podium is still sort of empty at the stage. That means one thing, they're coming as a team. So they're coming as a team. If I'm not mistaken, okay, so Super Chess is for sure not accommodated in this hotel, Romanian team. Then we have Alkaloid, they are because I saw many players around hotel, breakfast, lunch, and so on. Then we have Novi Bor, which is not accommodated here. Czechia team. We have Bayegan, which is Turkish team. They are not staying in this hotel as well. Turkish Airlines the same. So basically many clubs are not staying in this main hotel. That means that they need to spend some time coming here.
Yeah, but basically all of the hotels are not that far away. Everything is
sure.
just...
Yeah, but I just want to say that, so that might be a reason why they're not still around. Because usually if you're coming as a team, usually you're trying not to be late to the playing hall. So stage is still a bit empty, but there is some movement around. It's not easy to recognize the players, but let's have a stroll. Let's check who has arrived. Let's start with the first board. We know that this is a moment when we see Gukesh, rest behind him Satorov, and behind him is Pragnananda. I'm not so familiar with relations, but probably there are some competitions, although playing for the same team. The guys are quite competitive, trying to increase their rating to get a higher spot at the rating list. So Satorov is, of course, very ambitious in this tournament.
Which is, of course, good, because you want to have some healthy competition. This is the way you progress. If you do not have any kind of motivation, then you're just fine with being okay, as Vidit, for example, mentioned yesterday in our studio. Well, his comment was that he's playing okay, even though he's above 2,700. But yeah, this gives you some motivation, this gives you some drive to keep on going, keep on fighting. We love this competition, guys. I'm sure that you are well aware that Gukesh and Arjun are fighting for this 2,800 line of crossing.
We don't know yet, has Arjun disappeared from this tournament and waiting for the FIDE rating list to be published 1st of November.
He's paired.
So let's check. Let's switch the camera. Let's switch to the second camera. We have Fanforest just arriving, board number 5. Then we have behind him Sindarov. They're already seated. Deak has placed his bag, I think, on the board. So let's check next boards. We have another players already there. We have Vidit who is playing for Novi board. That's match number 3.
Yep.
Yeah, let's try to find Arjun and match number 2.
In the meantime, we can mention that Novi Bor is playing today with Sentimento Aika.
Yeah, so Arjun is still not there. So maybe he's already in India, or?
I think India is a bit far away to be already there.
No, guys, the joke is that his rating at the moment is 2799.6. And since FIDE is rounding the number, it would mean that his rating would be 28.
If he didn't play anything till the next official list, he would definitely be 2,800.
Yeah, I'm joking. I saw him at the breakfast. He's usually coming late. Breakfast till 10. It's possible to come even 10, 15 minutes later. So he came. He's usually coming at that time. Also, I saw some other Indian players like Arvind and Narayanan. They are usually at the breakfast a little bit earlier, sitting together, chatting. One fun fact, we already mentioned it, that if in this hotel Novi Bor would be accommodated, then first guy 7 a.m. at the breakfast, or even earlier if it's opened, would be David Navarra. He likes to wake up very early.
To seize the day.
Yeah, what do you think? Let's say that we take into consideration like top 50 players in this event. Late wake-uppers or morning? Probably more would be.
Oof, I would suggest that a huge percent is actually waking up later, maybe of the younger guys, but actually I could not be certain.
Let's switch to another. So Arjun is missing. Let's switch to another camera. So we have Elyanov playing with black against Bu Xiangzi. We just see that Rajabov and Mamedyarov came together. Volokitin is already sitting there. Chigaev, very strong players, not so high rated as Rajabov and Mamedyarov, but they had many games and between each other, so it's not an easy game. Let's go back. We have Arjun coming, so let's check that camera. He's shaking. He was shaking hands, but now again he disappeared. Okay, that's him.
He's just
So
around the corner. Yeah.
Arjun is here playing. Of course, that was only a joke. He's a fighter. He wants to play. He likes to play. He doesn't want to sit on his rating, waiting to be published. Maybe he will collect even some more.
Yes, it's you never know. But as Vichy said, they're playing some very interesting chess and they're betting quite a lot.
Yeah.
You go for a win in every single game, maybe playing some moves that are not so sound or safe. And yeah, if everything goes well, you collect some small amount of points. But if once it goes wrong, then you lose all of them.
Let's move on a bit. Okay, we have moves. Let's go back to Gukesh. Let's go back to the first board to see if his opponent is there. Not yet. Andreikin is missing. Yeah. Let's move around. Let's go one by one. Ivan Sokolov is right behind. Let's check camera number 2. We have Deak against Sarin, Nihal, thinking. Let's just roll around to the playing call. But let's go back to Gukesh camera first because I see Andreikin coming.
Yesterday he had a shaky game. He managed to survive.
Yeah, he was completely lost. Right? That's not usually common that you have like 27, 40 or 30, a guy who is dead lost after 15 moves with white playing against 25, 80, and basically the guy has on clock 4 minutes more than he has started his game, and basically it was not theoretical. Okay, which move do we have? Is this c4 or d4? d4, okay. So d4 was played. Gukesh is now considering knight f6 or d5, I guess. So knight will land on f6. Andreikin is usually using his left hand to make moves and right hand to write moves. That's something we were discussing many times. That there are players who are doing the same. I think Aronian is doing the same. Whom else? There are several players in women's section, for example. I think Osmak Julia is doing the same. So it's quite common habit for some players.
Of course, on the camera as well, you can see we've mentioned Abdusatorov right next to Gukesh, and next to him we have Prague in the back, although you cannot see him at the moment. And playing for Turkish Airlines, we have Andreikin, we have Maksudulu, and Tabatei on board number 3.
Yeah, I just saw Ivan Sokolov, his captain, and now I see Csaba Balog, also strong player himself. I'm not sure which career high his peak rating was. I see Borki Predovic also now on your right. So Csaba Balog, captain of Aika team. I think it's connected with women's section, or maybe Aika is also playing. No, Aika is playing in open section on the third board or the third match. Sugiro is first board. So Csaba Balog was 2670, I would say, maybe even more. And Borki Predovic, who is the captain, I'm not sure which team. Sometimes he's behind Austrian teams. And no, Slovenian team. Borki, sorry, my bad. Typhoon. You can see Borki Predovic, he played a match against Magnus Carlsen. They are friends, they know each other from youth events, where Borki was quite successful, winning some medals. And very renowned theoretician, coach. Borki understands chess quite well. I think Borki was also 2660. So if we could check,
of course,
captain's peak rating. So I think career high of Csaba Balog was like 2670, and Borki Predovic 2660, I would say.
Let's
You
check if
like
you're right.
Wikipedia, or you like
2655.
Was Borki, yeah?
Yes.
And Csaba Balog?
We'll check right away.
I would say that his rating was a bit higher. So Csaba Balog, his career high, I'm quite curious now.
2672.
Okay, so I know something about those players, so it's not so strange that I'm very close. Let's throw around through all cameras. So now we can see that Draking is staring, checking his database in his mind. Nihal is thinking. They are usually walking after every move. We see Volodar Murzhin, he's playing. Although he was shaken by this defeat against Nikolovsky. Yeah, let's move on. Let's check match number 2. Okay, that's match number 3. But never mind. So we have
Sentimento Aika playing versus Novibor. With white pieces, we have Sigirov.
Yeah, but let's check first the second match. It's Ergaisi playing against Predke. Predke was European champion, playing for the Serbian team. He's originally from Russia, as well as Sarana. And yeah, I think Arjun is here a clear favorite. It's not easy for Predke. Predke is a very good player where he's white. With black, it's not easy to deal with those type of super strong players. On the second board, it's not so clear, because on second board we have Vei versus Yakuboyev. Yakuboyev is white. It's completely open game, but probably steering to a draw. Yuyangi against Jonas Bjerre. If Bjerre comes up after the opening with some regular line, it can be holdable, but Yu is a slight favorite there. So on the first 3 boards, everything more than 1 point for Ljubljana, it would be, I think, quite decent. They lose only 1 game out of 3. Everything else, it's like a huge bonus. But then we come to 4th board, where Šarić is white against Aravind. Aravind is 2700, but almost 2700. But when Šarić starts to press in classical game, it's very tough. So I would say the Šarić is a favorite here, no matter the rating, because he's white. If he was black, then would be another story. Brkić against Narayanan, that can be anything. And Inđić against Eršahajan, the same. So everything more than 1 point for Ljubljana on the first 3 board is more than welcome, and then they might try to push on the lower boards. Let's switch the camera to Novibor against Aika. It's our 3rd match. According to the order, we have Sigirov, who is now representing Hungary, Sarana, another former Russian, now Serbian player, reigning European champion. What do you think about Dragana, about this concept? So Sigirov is 26, less than 2640, while Sarana is 27 20, but Sugirov is playing first board and Sarana is playing second. Same, they have the same system in Serbian team, so Sarana is second board. So he like to push on second board, or what's the concept?
Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's the strategy of the team as well. Sometimes you want to have some players on the higher boards that you think that might hold while you try to push on some lower boards, or I wouldn't be so sure. But of course, it depends on the team as well. And depends on how you were feeling at the moment, whether you feel ready for the tournament or not. Of course, usually the captain or the team decides which is the board order, but
yeah, just to mention, last year,
thick.
I think Novi Bor was, as I already recalled, it was second, while Aika, Hungarian team, was something like fifth or sixth. Nesterov is a player whom I don't know so well. Tamas Banush is a very theoretical, very solid player. He's sitting on this type of 2600 rating for years, for maybe 10, 15 years. For sure, Peter Prohaska was above 2600, now he's 2550. He's back on that rating, but they are very solid. And you have Imre Balog, who was actually in the last European Club Cup. You can check, Dragana, his individual result, but his individual result in the last Club Cup was something like 7 out of 7.
Ooh, okay.
7 out of 7 or 6 out of 6 for sure, but I'm pretty sure, yeah. So at some stage he was just winning 1 by 1, so I don't know.
Yes, 7 out of 7.
7 out of 7.
Playing
yes.
on the 6th board for Sentimento Aika, yes.
Okay, the average was 2300, but never mind.
But still.
7 out of 7 was his result. So
100%.
this is the guy who knows how to win. How is he doing here? Imre Balog, I played him only once. I won, but he was 2550, and then he improved a lot, and now he's 2620. Capable of winning. Very good blitz player. Can you check, Dragana, how is he doing in this event, please?
Mm-hmm. Just a moment. Balog Imre, today he's playing with Grandelius Nils, and so far he has only 50%, 1.5 out of 3.
Yeah, he's struggling. He won first round against FM from Iceland, but then he lost against his compatriot Varga Zoltan, who has ridiculous rating. His ridiculous rating is 2280, and some stage Varga Zoltan, you can check, he was like 2600. And suddenly you have a grandmaster, and he's Hungarian as well, and maybe it was unpleasant. You have some memories of him as a strong player. Suddenly you're playing him as a 2200. There are some players. For example, Istratescu, he was almost 2700. I think he was 2700. Now his rating is 23. Dragana will help me. At some stage, I think even Alexis Shiro was dropping below 2600, which was like ridiculous. Whom else? You have some players who are really, just dropping so many points. And
Varga Zoltan career high was 2592, so yeah, almost 2600.
Now he's 22 something. You can check Istratescu, Romanian player. I think now he's 2350, and his best he was 2700. Not maybe 27, but something like 2680. So 2370 is his rating now,
current
and
rating,
his
yeah.
career high was
2678.
2680. Yes, I know he just crushed me in European individual in Bulgaria. Okay, then I got my revenge in rapid, but he was super strong, and his best players like Arjun would suffer if they want to win against him. Okay, players like him, like Papaioannou and so on, they're quite dangerous no matter of the rating. Okay, so we can move on. You see Sugiro and Vidit on your right. Okay, Novibor is a favorite in this match, but anything can happen. We have one more match, one more camera of open or men's section. That's Bajagan Turkish team playing against another Hungarian team. As I mentioned before, Aqua Profit is for a long is the best team in Hungary. Even Vichy Anand was playing for that team and some other top players. So Pavel Aljano is playing against Bunkiansi. Pavel was at his career, at his best was 27.50, maybe even more, 26. No, I would say that his rating was 27.63 or 8.
Let's have a bet.
Let's say that it was 8.
Okay, let me see. 27.61. Okay, you were very close.
No, come on, give me those few points. 27.61. Yeah, come on. Yeah, so he was, can you imagine, he was like 27.60. For example, Sergei Movsesian was 27.50, also maybe 27.60. So yeah, those players, they have this experience. They know how to win again. Top players, top opponents. Can you just check also Sergei Movsesian?
Of course.
Our dear chess player, polyglot, bilingual, who is a Real Madrid fan. Greetings to Movsi. Yesterday, Real Madrid has won against Borussia 5-2. I was watching with some Icelandic fellows here in a bar, sports bar next to the hotel. Luka Modric played, that's why I'm following. So, Movsi, 27.56.
That's your bet?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see the moment of truth. 27.51.
Come on, I'm always,
1 point
always
miss.
dropping
Only 1 point
those
miss.
few points.
But this is pretty precise. Come on, I mean 1 point. Huh?
Yeah, instead of learning lines, I was
Learning
focusing on
career
them. But
highs.
at my best, I would, for example, stroll around the playing hall, and I would know the games. If you would ask me, I don't know, 20 board, I just need to tell me who was playing, and I will tell you the opening.
Oh, nice.
I wouldn't be wrong.
All of the games?
Yeah, okay, it's like 50 games. If you have, I can walk around and then, you play the Sicilian, what happened? But of course, that's
And
not
you were playing the...
I was playing
at the
my
same
game and I was strolling around. But the best one was Misha Tal. This was fantastic. For example, one Croatian grandmaster was playing a tournament in Barcelona, and I think that Misha was there, or it was some league. And he was already old, but still very strong. And in the bus, okay, the game ended up in a draw. Two grandmasters, or let's say strong IMs, but I think they were grandmasters. So they were playing and they were analyzing some position. And so they had a friendly chat after the game. They were discussing the position, analyzing for 2 hours, and then going with the bus to the official hotel. And Misha was in the bus, and Misha asked them, or this player, Goran Dizdar, Goran, what did you play in that position? And first they were completely shocked that he knows the position. But then they say, I play bishop f5. He said, I was playing bishop f5. Why didn't you play, I don't know, bishop c4? And then he just buried all their analysis, 2 hours analysis. And he was just strolling around and then throwing them all the best moves. Probably he spent like 5 seconds for all the game. Okay, let's switch the cameras. Let's go to women's section.
Let's see the ladies for a change, yeah?
Yeah.
So this is our match number 1, board number 1.
Sorry for interrupting. Let's go back to this match we just previously. I want to add that here we have some player you need to take an eye on. So we have Bu against Eljanov. Okay, they know each other. They have played many times. Rajavo against Volokitin. Volokitin was like fantastic team player. For example, Sargsyan for Armenia, like playing much better than individual tournament, leading the team for many medals and so on. Same goes for Volokitin. Volokitin would in some important match, and he would like in some events he would be like a heavy scorer. So 26-40, but in team events, very tricky player to play. Shak is playing against Chigaev. Okay, Chigaev also like a little bit newcomer. Now he switched to Spain. Then we have Korobov, also very complicated player. You don't know where he will go. It can go in two directions. He can play like fabulously, just winning 1-1. Playing against Gledura, who's studying in US. I'm not sure. I think he might live there still. Gledura, very solid player, playing Petrov, very theoretical and so on. Then you have Nia Tabasso, who qualified through candidates. Two candidates through World Cup, losing against Magnus in semi-final, playing against Samonenko. This is the player. You can check how old is Samonenko. I think he's like ridiculously young. I'm speaking about like, I don't know, 16 years. How old is he?
He is definitely young. He's born in 2009, so only 15 years old.
Yeah, so he's 15 years old. He's grandmaster, 25-30. So playing against Tabasov on the 5th board. So this is the game to follow. He's the player who, like, if you're 15 years old, grandmaster, yeah, that's something to keep an eye on. Yeah. Also Emre Can, and we have Gergely Antal, very solid players. So this match is quite interesting. Okay, let's go to women's section.
And yeah, now on the camera you can see Bibisara versus Jagnidze. Nana had a very tough game, yeah?
Yeah, yesterday was it, right? No, or 2 rounds ago. I think it was yesterday when she panicked, and yeah, it was yesterday.
Yes,
she lost with white.
Yes, it was yesterday.
Yeah, then Divya with Zhu Yiner, Bela Kotenashvili against Badelka. We can switch with the camera to that board. Okay, ladies have this privilege because there are only 4 in the team, so on the stage they have like more space. Yeah, you have two boards compared to 3. I know that Gukesh was at some stage searching where to place his coffee because there were many things around, and he was asking that arbiters remove, I don't know, some signs and so on, just to have a little bit more space. Bela is playing against Olga, and Joka Gal against Laura Unuk.
Yes, Laura is back. Laura was resting yesterday, but today she is back in the game.
Let's move on. Let's check Vrnjacka against Batsiashvili.
And just to mention, guys, as you know, we had some very interesting matchups even from round 2 in the ladies section, and today the first match, Gorodaika versus Typhoon, is seed number 2 playing against seed number 3, and the match that you are taking a look right now, the Chèque de Monte Carlo and super chess with black on the first board, is seed number 1 versus seed number 4, so super tough matches. And here you have Vrnjacka with the white pieces playing against Batsiashvili Nino. Vrnjacka was maybe even the last one to finish yesterday. She was playing this endgame with Tsolakidou Stavrula, and it ended up in a draw. We had a rook and a bishop versus a rook. She didn't manage to convert this, so the game ended in a draw, and today we hope that she had a nice rest to play versus Nino. On the second board you have Vaishali playing versus Wagner Dinara. Third board, Kadem Sara playing against Bulmaga Irina, and fourth board, Pets Elizabeth playing versus Fatalieva.
Regarding Tsolakidou, I was speaking with Petar Arnaudov, their coach, and he said that Stavrula was quite confident that she can hold this rook against rook and a bishop.
This is very important when you come to this.
She was checking this for a while before the tournament. Actually, she could have sticked to her pawn, but At some stage, she just surrendered, not want to bother because she was a little bit angry how all this went, her game, and okay, let me go to this position. And
because you know that 50 moves start counting once.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. But it was tough choice. So many players have lost it. So yeah, quite confident from her. I would be a bit worried if I would be their coach, but yeah, she was quite confident. Let's move on with the cameras.
I am actually quite surprised to see Ines Teodora resting today.
Yeah, we can maybe just repeat once again after we stroll around with cameras. So this is Bivol against Mamadzada. Dela is playing Velikic on the second board against Salimova. She was our guest yesterday showing her game. And I think that's it. Okay, do we have another camera, or that's it in
I think that the
okay.
four boards are here. So Jurovana versus Garifoli Naleya and
okay. So maybe it's a moment to have a bird view and just to tell the viewers so who is resting today exactly. So in the first
okay, so in the first match, we have Ines Teodora resting yesterday. Kutinashvili Bela was not playing, so today the free day goes to Teodora. Typhoon from Ljubljana is resting their substitute, so they're playing with full strength. Monte Carlo Club has their full strength as well. Super Chess is playing without Efraimski.
Okay.
So this is another
substitute, yeah?
Yeah, Crvena Zvezda does not have a substitute at all, so they don't have any kind of choice. And Sremska Mitrovica as well. Only 4 boards.
How about center, North Macedonian team?
Yeah, let me see who's playing today. Sofia is in the game, so somebody is resting. We have Tsolakidu resting today, actually.
Yes, you mentioned this.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check men or open section. How is?
In the open section, we have the beginning of the very tough matches, so I believe that we have the toughest setups. Super Chess is playing in their full strength. Turkish Airlines as well. Alkaloid is playing full strength too. Typhoon would be playing once again with their full strength, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you're right. They are playing with their main lineup. Yeah, that's basically it. No more resting. All the best players are sitting.
Yeah, so it is the 4th round. It is a very, maybe even critical round, I would say. It's the first time that we have some very tough matches in the open section, so I believe that no rest days are allowed over here.
Okay, so let's go to the first match to Gukesh. While you're getting a camera, we can also add a board to that match, but before that, before coming to the moves, I can just tell you that yesterday in the evening, first I met Rauf Mamedov.
Did you ask about
the
percentages?
Yes, of course. Okay, Rauf.
Okay, drum rolls.
What a game. Yes, he said, crazy. I wanted to go first Queen C5 to repeat the moves and then to go Queen C6. Okay, I asked, at which point you were thinking about the win? Was it on the menu at all? He said after B, I think the move was B4. After B4, I was certain that I'm okay, but he didn't mention like he was thinking for a
percentages.
Yeah, that he was thinking for a win, maybe at all. Then I met him this morning as well. So first thing I said, okay, Rauf, how is the game now? How is your opinion after things have settled? He said I couldn't sleep till 3 a.m. So that's the first thing. Why I didn't take on f2, I don't know, because some rook f2. I didn't see a checkmate that I can start mating with knight e2, knight stuff. So that was his point. And okay, actually, I can show it on the board once again. I think we can adjust it. So you can see the moves, guys. So first point, he said that knight h5 was a bad move around here. So Ralph played knight h5. I said, how you play with knight h5 with knight on the edge? It's very bad. So that's first comment. He said, I was very surprised how Gukesh has played the opening because he was blitzing and it's sort of sideline. I was quite shocked how he was prepared. Okay, maybe World Championship prep. Then he said also that I was surprised how badly he has handled time travel.
Yeah, you mentioned that we had the time trouble and that
also he mentioned this 40th move. That here I mentioned that I was also on a dinner with Anand last night. Unfortunately, Vishy left this morning. And I said to Vishy, I think Rook G6 actually was not spotted by Gukesh because here he took on D4 immediately. It was 40th move. With Rook on G6 and those attacking possibility, it would be very hard for Rauf Mamedov to defend, and you can postpone taking on d4. You can move on with pins and active play and so on. He said, yeah, 40th move, he just missed it. I asked, why did Gukesh play Rook g4? And actually, he did it on the last 2 seconds. So he said he couldn't find the move, he panicked. So I said, I didn't know what is the background of this concept of this idea. Is there something I'm missing or something? He said, no, he didn't know what to play. That's why this Rook G4 came. And now Rao played Queen C5. And after Rook Queen F4, he said, I wanted to repeat the move and play Queen C6. So I'm praising Gukesh's decision. This is fantastic decision. But usually you don't know. You might think, okay, my opponent is 2650. I'm a world championship contender. I'm a 2800. So maybe he will accept my basically silent draw offer. But to be so, to have this like strong will to resist and to play another move which is better. So you're dropping from Rook G4 is like minus, I don't know, 2 or minus 1 or something, and then you're dropping to 0.40. It's because now there is no repetition and you can lose it. Yeah, so that was a really, really tough decision, and kudos to.
So did Ralph actually see Queen C6 prior to playing Queen C5?
No, he first played Queen C5, then he spotted that Queen C6 is better.
Is better, yeah.
And here
he was hoping to get a chance, but he didn't get it.
Hang on. Here in this position, he mentioned. I said to Vishy that I was expecting that. Player of Gukesh caliber should spot that Rook F6. This is a reasonable chance here to get a draw, but it's of course also understandable that you don't want to take this type of decision a very long time. So Queen D3, and Rao said, I cannot understand how I didn't take on F2 because after Rook F2 also A2 is falling. So let's try to guess what he has missed. He has missed here that maybe at some stage. Some 92 is coming, I don't know, as some kind of checkmate idea. I don't know, but here G4 is solving, so maybe he has something else. But anyway, that was the comment.
So guys, even though Ralph is not here with us in the studio, you get the
I'm chasing players trying to get. No, I'm joking. As I said, I played with many of them. I respect them. Okay, of course, younger generation not, but I was playing till like less than 10 years ago, 2017 European teams, Croatia, where we were sharing third place, Azerbaijan, all the players were there, Russian players were there, Ukrainian, England, Germany, Edson, Aronian, even Magnus was playing for Norway. So, I know the players. So I respect them, and I'm happy that they want to share some insight.
Yeah, so we got a nice recap from yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back. Let's check the current round. So let's see what's going on. So knight f6, e6, classical. Draken was also e4 player, and he still is. So it's a bit surprise. One important thing, to subscribe to the channel if you want to share your thoughts. Maybe add some comment, remark.
Ask some question. Yeah.
Exactly. Anything already there?
I see some discussions, but no questions for us so far. If I see something, I will interrupt you.
Okay. Yeah, you can always interrupt me, Dragana. Don't hesitate. So d5, knight c3, bishop b4. Yeah, Ragozin is now, I would say, new queen's gambit. Declined because, yeah, everyone is playing it. So all those way. You saw 2 days ago how Vasily Ivanchuk was a bit surprised with some bishop e6 because probably he's not following all the top-notch theory, but that's bishop e6 is regularly played. So cd, ed is the and bishop g5 is the main line, or queen a4. But I'm not surprised that Dima Drakin, he likes to play something which is like sideline. He has his own way. He doesn't play always for the advantage, so he wants to take his opponent towards a bit unexplored territory. Suddenly we have transposition. So we ended up in Nimsa Indian, which goes this way. And now it's possible to play some like bishop g5, knight f3, and then queen b3 and so on. So transposing. Okay, that's probably a good choice from Drakin. Slight plus. Gukesh knows how to hold this one, but he's not risking anything.
Yeah, already the queens are off the board, and we already see an end game, even though it's only half an hour out of the start of the round.
Yeah, the thing is that I would say that for team strategy, sometimes they ask you, be solid. We will target our chance on the 5th, 6th board, lower boards. Don't risk too much. It's not easy to win against Gukesh. So yeah, it's also sometimes a normal strategy. So here I would say that anything else than a draw would be a very strange outcome. At the moment, chances for a draw are like 90%. But yeah, we will see. Knight d5 play, rook c1, and now black will play bishop d7 and try to exchange pieces. King is beautifully placed. Only problem is that f6, because double pawns are not so good, but this pawn has a role controlling the e5 square. Maxodlo against Abdusattorov. This won't end up so easily in a draw. So I would say that on the first board we have like 90% for a draw. On the second board we have like 20. So I'm quite curious what will happen. We have this Benoni style position from Nimzo India. Yeah, bishop d2 is before it was like some kind of sideline for seniors, veterans. They don't know theory, and not to allow your opponent to double the pawns, and then you play bishop d2 and just stay solid. But later it was taken by Nakamura, by some really strong players. Knight h3, that's a sideline, but he was getting ready for c5, d5. Okay, and yeah, I like to be white, but it's not easy for white to claim the advantage in the center, where white should usually try to do it.
And maybe as black, I can roll out some pawns on the queen side, some b5 maybe, a5, something like that.
Yeah, you're right, Dragana. This is typical a6, b5 way to challenge the d5 pawn later with knight b6. And the point is, in Benoni, usually you have pawn on g6 and bishop on g7 in fianchetto, and you are basically putting pressure on the diagonal. Here, your concept might be to exchange this dark square bishop because you don't have holes afterwards, since g6 is not existing. Yeah, very, very solid position, but still quite complicated. Benoni usually leads to some complicated battles. Not many draws on the top tables.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, before we had clear favorite, but now it will be interesting to see, will players be ready to risk, because now we have some duels where the rating is almost the same. Like this one, bishop d3, Karpov's anti-Meran, bishop d3 first was played with many players, by many players, but Karpov was mainly playing queen c2, anti-Meran, and then bishop d3 was played by Topalov, by some Kramnik, by some super strong player, but the main expert, main advocate in this semi-Slav setup was Alexei Drev. Of course, Vishy Anand was also playing this fantastically, but Drev has spent, like, I would say, like 20 years only in this semi-Slav setup, and he was doing quite well. So bishop d3, castle, castles, this all known. Usually e5 is the reaction, or b5. So here's c5. It's a bit sideline, but it's possible. Now white has two ways. One way is to start playing a bit on the queen side, other way to immediately start pushing his e-pawn. Okay, white is thinking, Deak is thinking. Don't know what's going on. We can switch to that camera so that you can have it on the screen as well while we are strolling around. So it seems that Deak is now the one thinking where to go, how to proceed.
In the meantime, maybe I can mention a few players that have 100% so far, since we had 3 rounds already. In Super Chess, the only player who has 3 out of 3 is Sindarov. Then we have Maksudlu and Tabata Bey with 3 out of 3. Gürel Edis as well in Turkish Airlines. Then Marcus Robert, 3 out of 3 as well. Regaisi, of course. Abbasov, Can Emre. Keimer Vincent as well.
So let's get back the board. So here b6 was played, and now it's Bogdan's turn to decide how to go. Either a3, as I mentioned, queen e2, bishop b5 is possible to exploit the pin. And yeah, not clear. How is Murzin doing? Okay, we have French defense. So funny how Vidit has said yesterday, and I passed this joke to Anand, and he was also laughing. So French defense is an opening where white should play inaccurate, make few inaccuracies, and then black should play very accurate, and it will be a draw.
Yeah.
First white needs to play inaccurate, but then black needs to play accurate, and then it's a draw. Actually, this is precisely what has happened yesterday.
In their game, yeah, and if you haven't followed us yesterday, we had them in the studio analyzing their game, so you can take a look.
Yeah. Okay, so Murzin is basically getting an advantage. Jordan is offering him sort of advantage, but there is no clear it's a clear way what will happen. So there will be some maneuvering, and he wants to keep the game going. Although French defense, it's a bit surprising choice since it's a bit dubious on the top level. How is Gurel doing against Sindaro? Hang on. It seems that
What is this, man?
Yaukir has already has posed some serious problems to his opponent. Edis Gurel, one of the brightest stars at the moment, future of European chess. He's playing really, really good. He was playing many events, leagues superbly. Let's see how he will be doing in this event. Very nice, very humble. I like how he behaves. So he has.
I saw some interview of his very recently, maybe it was from the Olympiad, that he is still, at that moment of time, he wasn't still going to the school, even though the first 20 days have passed. And we tend to forget that these guys have to go to high school, have to go to some, do not have to, but you know, you have some obligations as well, and you're juggling everything, and yeah, it's not so easy.
Yeah, that's similar like we have this Jamal from Barcelona who was playing for Spanish football team, winning gold in the recent European football championship, and he was young enough to go to school, and he needed to. In the meantime, you're playing like final of European championship, and you're studying for your high school.
And then you have to have some confirmation paper why you were not in school.
Yeah, exactly. So Sindaro has played this line. Usually Caruana is playing with black, also Nepo. There are several actually top grandmaster who have added Petrov defense to their repertoire. Just to name few: Caruana, Nepo, Bu. Bu has made this crashing victory against Magnus, playing with black. If I'm not mistaken, it was Petrov in the World Cup. Yeah, in the World Cup, knocking him out. So who else is playing Petrov? Well, even players like Grandmaster Kadric, who is playing for Montenegro, former Bosnian.
Over here.
Yeah, former Bosnian player was playing some D6, G6, Philidor stuff, Perk's defense. And actually he was struggling, but then he added Petrov defense to his repertoire, and suddenly he improved his rating, climbing to 2600. So yeah, it might be a worth try to add this type of opening. Before it was considered passive, but these days Giri is also playing many grandmasters.
It's not still considered so drawish? You wouldn't say so?
No, it's not that issue, because on that level you need to be solid, and also with black sometimes your opponent starts to push, it's quite easy to get a counterplay. So let's see how this happened. H4, preparing G5 stuff. So D4, this resembles open Spanish, open Ruy Lopez, where white allows this pawn to be pushed, but getting something on the other wing. It seems that he's just dead lost. Let's go with the camera full screen. Can we check what's going on in that board? Stay on this camera. Is Ivan Sokolov around? Because Sindarov has left. His board, basically all super chess players.
All of them are standing up. All of them are maybe going to see Gukesh. Who knows? But it's quite interesting to see nobody sitting at their board.
Yeah, I agree. Crazy. So white is already winning. I'm not sure, as I said, that Ivan Sokolov, captain of Super Chess, is aware, because he would stick to that board, immediately calculating, because it resembles his style. Okay, Sindarov was his pupil, his student, since Ivan was the main coach in Uzbekistan, carrying them towards the Olympiad gold. So he knows the players quite well. So Jordan is moving around. I'm surprised that this board is not getting so much attention. So just to remind you, it's a last board. We don't see, unfortunately, Ediz Gurel from Turkey. He should be on the left, but he's behind.
It's tough to see, yeah.
And Sindarov is quite happy, walking around, having a winning position, basically not spending any time at all. He's on the same clock situation as before the game. Very, very interesting that in this type of match, on the board where I was expecting a tough fight, that Black is already lost. Now we could see that Gurel is aware what's going on. Let's get back the board. So let's check why this is dead lost. Okay, so the point is here, if Black pushes his major asset d3, h5 will be played. And how do you defend this one? If you go queen e8, probably just white can add some more pieces, or maybe even start to playing on dark square strategy, and this bishop will be very weak. This chain looks very strong, but more important is what's going on the king side. So if Black takes on c3, I think that's even worse. He will open the file for the rook. So
this looks very dangerous.
Very, very bad position. This d4, g6 were mistakes. What do you think? He was too excited playing?
I don't know, maybe he had some similar variation in his preparation that went with this breakthrough, so he mixed something up. I don't know, but it's very, very unusual, honestly. And maybe some even rook e4, h5, rook h4.
Yeah, just position like plays well. Itself. So very strange. Maxodlo is moving around. Okay.
And Sindarov has just spent only 1 minute.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Everything is preparation. And he has completely winning position.
Yes, very unusual, very tough game. Even though Gurel had 3 out of 3 so far, not the luckiest day for him today.
Yeah, let's check another boards. Let's switch with the camera as well to Arjun's board, match number 2, where he's facing Pretke. Arjun is white. So let's have this board combined with the camera. White is Arjun, Alexander is black. Let's check what has happened here. Knight c6, bishop e5, Rui Lopez, castles d6. This is this Neo Steinitz. The name comes because of the former world champion, Wilhelm Steinitz. d6. Yeah, it's solid line, but usually white is better. Rook e1, there are several ways to play. Bishop c6 and d4. Okay. Better for white, but not so clear. Bishop will land on e6, I guess. Also, it's possible to hold with bishop b6 to keep the structure later intact. Not an easy game for Arjun today. What do you think? So yesterday, Arjun, let's say, has crossed, maybe if we are rounding it, has crossed 2800. Is he relieved? Is he relieved, or he might not be so
I believe that he
nervous as maybe before.
I believe that he wants to cross the 2800 line on the official list. So I think that the tension is still here. And maybe it will go away only after the tournament.
Yeah.
You're still playing the first board. You're still having some very tough opponents ahead of you in the last round, and no room for errors if you want to cross that 2800 line on the official list. So I believe that the pressure is here.
So, Queen d6, let's discuss this position a bit. In future, you want to transfer this knight. This is the weakest piece at the moment because it's restricted by the pawns. And even if you come here, you cannot go anywhere. So sometimes you want to just transfer it to c4. Changing dark squares is probably necessary because you can place your knight, the bishop on a6, but this one is very strong. So usually we do exchange some strong pieces. It would be like similar that you have. I'm saying this like Leo Messi on the pitch, and he can get a red card together with your worst player. Of course, that would immediately change the situation on the pitch. So bishop e3 is probably a move. Arjun is now thinking where to go. So long term, he has some ideas to start attacking. He can also stabilize the king side. It's not clear where to go. These are the type of positions where probably he is not like the best, since there is no room for calculation yet. You need to stabilize first, and his favorite way of playing is where things are already defined and calculation is there, direction is there, you already know where to go. So here I'm not surprised that he's burning some time.
I actually see a very interesting question in the chat, saying, does it happen a world challenger playing a classical event so close to the championship match? Do you have any insight?
Yeah, actually, that was my question to Vichy, to Anand. I asked him, how about your strategy before the World Championship matches, because he has played so many. So he played against Kasparov. I'm speaking about World Championship matchup, Kasparov in New York, 1995. Then matches against against Kramnik, Topalov, Magnus, Gelfand, also some candidates matches, and so on and so on. And he said no. He would maybe played 1-2 game or something, but 2 months before the match was not common at his time. So it is a bit strange. Of course, Botvinnik would scream that you're crazy. What are you doing, boy? You're playing 6 months before the match or a year before the match. No, you need to prepare, you need to hide, you need to prepare, and so on. So that would be like an old style of dealing with it. But new generation, they see this as some kind of warming up. Yesterday's game, if we move away like theory or prep, yesterday game was a huge value for a Gukesh, because that type of things he can expect during or at least to be prepared for it during a World Championship match, because any ups and downs, your opponent is posing you practical problems. So even if you are better, he will find a way, not according to the engine, but according to human. He will find a way how he will pose some problems where you need to avoid them. You will burn some time, and ending up in a time trouble, then take you maybe to another time trouble. No, yesterday's game was a huge value for Gukesh, I think, because he will analyze it and he will learn something from it. So I think that was quite good for him, basically. Okay, so Bishop D2 played. I'm not sure what is he up to, or he's just developing his pieces and bringing his rook. Let's just roll around the playing hall in terms of other games. Here we have something more strange happening. Let's check this one as well. Another Ragozin. Now we are climbing to like top matches. There will be like level equal games in terms of ratings, so you'll see many Ragozin, many Queen's Gambit accepted, and so on, because players are playing to hold. But this is also like top-notch theory. Everything was played. This is typical line. I think it was played in many games, and actually Jonas is one of the most known theoreticians. He knows a lot of theory, but of course Yuangi has his idea how to deal in this position. It will be tough, but it's computer chess, so you're not afraid. If the pawn was on g7, everything would be great, but the pawn cannot be taken back. Aravint against Šarić. Okay, as I said, that will be a tricky game to Aravint. Maybe a game where they are having the biggest, I would say, problem or issue if Šarić plays well. Brkić, solid, at the moment doing fine. And Inđić against Teršahajan, that's hard to say at the moment, just an opening. Okay, some quick look to other games before we switch to movement section. Hard to say, this one probably will end up in a draw, but who knows. Do you see anything which is interesting from your point of view?
I'm looking at the clock, and I believe that maybe it's time for our guest, or
yeah, before switching to women's section, just let's go back to first board and to check. Okay, still in a zone, although white is pushing a bit. Drawish zone, and Sindarov. Okay, BC, queen d3 played. Now white should think either to sacrifice this guy or to protect it. Okay, let's have a break with the guest.
Yeah, guys, we'll be back very soon, and after our interview, we will proceed, I guess, first with the latest. So come back, stay with us. We'll be back soon. Hi guys, welcome back. As we've promised, we are back in the studio with our first guest of the day. With us we have ECU Vice President Jean-Michel Repair. Thank you for coming to the studio and joining us.
Thank you to you.
How are you? You've, as an organizer, you're a very experienced organizer. How are you satisfied with the organization over here, with what you see?
So we organize in Monaco 19 to 13 of January European Women's Rapid and Bliss Chess Championship for the second time in the row. And we are very happy to organize such a big event. And what can I say that for the so we double the prize fund between last year, and we must thanks a lot Mrs. Bazenova. She agreed to double the prize fund.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so since we've entered right away the European Women's Rapid and Blitz Individual Championship, maybe guys you can see on the screen as well the flyer, the regulations. Last year it was as well in Monaco and this year too, and we have an amazing prize fund this year. For Blitz you have 15,000 euros, and in Rapid you have 31,000 euros. This is quite a huge prize fund.
Yes. Mrs. Bazenova was very happy to organize last year, and we spoke together, and I tried to explain to her, even for a professional player, to come in Monaco, even if we have a good cheap accommodation. Yes, it is true. Players don't earn big money when you spend travel, food, etc. At the end, if you don't finish in the first place,
you're in minus, yeah.
Yes. Oh, I think, and she agree, and now I think. It's much better situation, and I hope it will be the format.
Yeah, and you're definitely raising the bar in women's chess, which is an admiring thing to do. You also have your club in Monte Carlo. Is it more exciting to be involved with your club or to be organizer of such huge events?
No, I want all.
You want to do it all. Yeah, on the screen, guys, you can see some slideshow. Help us out. What are we seeing? Is this from last year? Last year's European Rapid and Blitz?
Yeah, and Bodana and Zurab.
Yeah, we have Bodana. So she played last year. Are the registrations for this year open, or are we still waiting? Is it still early?
Yes, I see the result of Bodana in Croatia when Alois organized this Rapid and Blitz Championship. And okay, I contact Alois to know his phone number of Bodana, of his parents, and we are very happy to invite her in Monaco.
Okay, that's great. And this year, of course, Monaco has some very good chances for winning the tournament. I would say even it's still early to say, but your predictions maybe?
No, to win the tournament, okay, we'll be very happy, but we must be lucky. The winner will be lucky, and you can have the best team. And it is not sufficient.
It's never so easy, right?
It's look for in a women's section. Immediately after in round 2, you have already a tough match. Tough match round 2 to 7, for sure. In men competition, a tough match start round 3.
Yes, this is what we were talking about here. Yes.
Grandmaster don't play round 1, round 2. Okay, so but the level of women's section increase is fantastic. I remember Particularly 20 years ago, it was not. It was more easy to win a woman in women's section. Now it became more and more difficult.
Nowadays it's very hard, yeah?
Yes, very hard. And looks, I think the first 5 teams in ranking can win.
Yeah, I have some friends who have played last year's European Rapid and Blitz and who said that they felt it was very luxurious, I would say. So it's nice to definitely raise that bar over here, especially with the prize fund. Once again, guys, this is some amazing prize fund we are talking about here for this 2 or 3 days championship, right? It's in January, and it's the championship for year 2024, even though it's played in 2025, right? It's important to mention this, yeah.
It's a particular.
It's, yeah, the title is for that. Okay, and we have as well Almira here as the domestic player. I guess that, you know, she's helping out the ladies with some team spirits.
Now she is a captain of the team, reserve player. She will do a comment for the European Women's Rapid and Blitz Championship. And we build the team. Almira build our team in Women European Club Cup. And so it's an association since particularly 20 years.
And how is the interest in, since you're as well, if I'm not mistaken, the president of Monaco Chess Federation?
Yes, I am president.
Okay, how are the things over there? Is it more interest? Do you have some help since you're organizing already 2 European championships, one by one in 2 years? It's a tough question, huh? For at least for the little kids, is it exciting to see, because you have many big names coming? For example, you have former world champions playing over there, and it must be a motivation for the youngsters, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so this will be the answer. Okay, so thank you very much once again for coming to the studio and sharing this information with us.
Yes, I've just one thing.
Of course.
Because we start, Monaco Chess Association start to do support for women chess. But I think European Chess Union must think about veterans. Do you know about the prize fund for individual and by team? I think it's we must do more for our veteran.
Okay, so there is an idea to raise the bar in the veteran chess as well. I believe that this is always something we want to hear. If we have some more information about this, you're free to share, of course.
No, it's not a critique, but it's we must do.
Something you want to improve in the future. Yeah.
The price fund are too much low.
Yeah, and since you are the ECU vice president, it's a very important idea coming from you as well. And yeah,
probably because I'm an old person now, so
it comes to mind. Okay, so thank you very much for coming to the studio, guys. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly with some game analysis. And we're back.
Let's check the moves. People are waiting and eager to see what's going on in the games. So let's check. Has something changed around? Dimitri Adrek is one of the, I would say, quite known, skillful endgame player. So I'm not surprised that he can squeeze something, but as I said, still, my opinion is that, I don't know, something huge needs to happen that he manages to win this one. Draw is most likely the outcome, but okay, this is sort of, okay, is he thinking to play bishop against, knight against the bishop, Gukesh? I don't believe, it looks just better for white. So he has something up his sleeve. Okay, maybe this is the thing. And the knight is trapped. Okay, that's a really subtle play. And I think now our Draking will burn some time. Let's go full screen just to check how well he is determined to check this one. If this doesn't work, then of course Gukesh is solving all his problems with this concept. Let's get back the board. So around here, a3, knight d5, as we mentioned, Gukesh opted for e5 and bishop e6, and then came this so cool move, h6, allowing knight f5, and then you sacrifice the pawn. And yeah, very, very beautiful concept, but maybe here white can postpone it a bit with some maneuver just to bring the king up. Okay, still there is something, but it's of course unpleasant for white to check all those possibilities that you take the pawn and basically stand there with the knight. So let's get back the board. This is the key position at the moment. h6, a little tiny move. Actually, this is what Gukesh will need in his matches also. Let's recall how Magnus was doing against Anand, even against Nepo and some other players, how he was actually, he was coming well prepared with black, sometimes entering endgames or Queen's Gambit, this type of structure where C, D got exchanged, and then how well he was handling those positions, slightly worse position with some tactics and exchanging pieces, subtle maneuvering. This is a quality and strength which Gukesh will need for the World Championship match.
Subtle and some very silent moves, but the ones that could be the most important ones.
Yeah, to know how to, I would say, fight against the opponent, activity, initiative, to make it smaller, it's very important. And here he was up to task. I really love it. He has burned some time, but a6 was tiny little good move.
And at a very important moment as well. Yeah. By the way, I promised that we would come back with the ladies section, but I see that already we have a result in Sentimento Aika versus Novi Bor. We have a draw on the 5th board. Peter Prohaska versus
There was
David
a joke from Richard Rapport. There was a Grand Prix FIDE Grand Prix precisely in here in Serbia, and he was asked, okay, there is like known Russian school of chess. How about Hungarian school of chess? What's that all about? Let's say that Russian was strategic, positional, and so on, while some countries are, I don't know, more playing for tactics, for sharp play, like maybe India and so on. And then he said Hungarian school of excellence, of school of chess, is to make a draw. So
Giri would be in this Hungarian school of chess.
No, come on, Giri can play quite sharp chess. He's not the one, the only player who from top who is super safe. No, I would.
No, but you know, when you look around, there's some jokes with players who at some point tend to make most of the draws. Of course, that's that level, the most likely result and the most likely outcome is a draw, but
okay, there were some players like in history who were even more drawish, like Bruno Parma, who was playing for Yugoslavia, and then he would like win an opening battle, opening debate, and then offer a draw. Or okay, there were some players who were like just playing draws. But Hungarian players, it's not the point. It's like ironic, but basically they're super solid. This is the point. And players like Prohaska, I'm not surprised that David Anton is not ready to challenge him. He's black, playing against 25-50. I mentioned Erdos. He was the one at some stage who was like making many draws, and it was really hard to play against him with black if you want to win, because there is a huge rating difference, and it's very hard to crack him. So I'm not surprised that there were a few draws.
And actually we have one decisive game in the open section and one decisive game in the women's section already. In the open, Mark Andrea Maurizi has won versus an international master.
Through the sections. Okay, let's maybe first switch to women's section, but before that, let's check how Arjun is doing, and Sindarov. So first, Sindarov, what has happened here? Because that board was of our interest. Okay, it seems to me that at least Gurel has found some way how to stick, how to hold, how to stick to some active play in this position. It looks dubious still. Okay, he's exchanged down, but with a pawn for that, white is much better. I'm not sure, maybe that was a good choice for Yao here, but I don't know. And Arjun. So Gaisi has played here bishop d2. When you were conducting the interview, I was in the playing hall, and somehow in playing hall you sense it differently. So Arjun was very relaxed. So he was very relaxed, and
no worries for the Indian fans.
And for a reason. It seems that he will get some initiative, but still.
But at the moment, look at the bishop on b6. You have a pawn on a5, a pawn on c5, a pawn on c7.
I call this sting bishop.
Yeah.
There was a famous Simon, Garry Kasparov played against Sting, famous singer. And at some stage, Sting was having pawns on b6, c7, a5. Kasparov was having pawns on a4, b5. c6, and the bishop was locked inside black pawns. The bishop was on a7 inside the chain, and there was no chance to get it out. So guys, you can find the game. It's really cool. Okay, kudos to Sting, because we players, of course, cannot sing like 1% as his caliber, but he's capable. But anyway, so he plays chess, which is always nice, but it was so cool, and I call this
Stings
bishop, yeah. This is common in some e4, e5 lines. And then later you push and open it.
Yeah, it's not stuck still, but somehow at the moment.
Yeah, so Stings bishop is around. It's a moment that we switch to women's section, which we can also cover with the cameras. So let's go to the first board, first match in the women's section. It's Bibisara Asubayeva against Nana Zagnidze. And yeah, it's a typical Marozzi style where black is getting ready to push d5, but usually this pawn stays on b7. And white is not allowing this b5. So here, black, okay, you see this small tiny detail here. Small tiny detail becomes much more than small. So if the pawn was on b7, white would claim advantage. With the pawn on b4, already knight on c5, because then white cannot play on the queen side. Usually white is playing on the queen side in the Marozzi system. So from the beginning, actually this transposition heading towards the Marozzi position with white might not be the right choice. Black seems to be doing very well here. I like black position, but also black needs to find a way how not to stay put.
Maybe pushing some d5 at some point.
Yeah, or just okay. Marozzi is usually, I would say, some kind of opening where you need to be experienced, because at some stage, of course, you can push, but also you can act like you're threatening to push, and basically you don't want to push.
Okay.
So this is this mastery where some players were
line,
very good in that. So you are like threatening to push d5, and you are arranging your pieces, but basically you don't want to push it. And suddenly your opponent spends some time fighting against it, burns some time, and then you hit on the other wing. This is typical. So threatening d5, or you push f5, h5 just to have it as some kind of joker later. But this X-ray is something we chess players, stronger caliber, always sense it. Yeah, white want to maneuver, but yeah, black enjoys a good position. How is Divya doing? Were you a fan of Marozzi setups?
No, because I always entered, I could enter Marozzi as black, and I never liked to play it because it always felt so, static. So like you're playing in place and you're not very sure, at least I wasn't very sure what to do at every single moment, and at some point I find myself stuck. And if I don't create some opening at almost immediately, then I have some trouble.
You don't like to stay still.
So yeah, I tend to like a bit more open positions, but yeah, this Marozzi setup can be very dangerous for me.
And with white?
And with white, I think maybe I've played it once or twice.
It was on a train, you know, this famous joke from Botvinnik when he was saying how actually he doesn't appreciate blitz. And he said, I played it once, it was on a train. Yeah. So you played Marozzi on the train? Or?
Yeah. No, it wasn't on a train, but I don't know, I'm more used to Alapin, let's say, so some attacking chess. This is a bit more still for me, I would say.
Okay, maybe you can add it later.
Yeah.
Why not? Maybe it's a moment for you to broaden your repertoire.
Yeah.
Okay, so conclusion here is that black is doing quite well. And here, pawn up, right? I was telling to our viewers that first on our list, Frieze criterion should be material. And I'm counting, so white is a pawn up, but there is some kind of king unsafety. Black king is a little bit more safer than white. And piece activity, similar. White pieces, I don't know, hard to say. And usually pawn structure, it matters when the material is equal. what do you have if you have like a solid pawn structure, but you're 2 pawns down? Yeah.
Okay, but now, at the moment we have a pawn up, but the pawn b2 is hanging. You want to take, I guess, the bishop in e3 as well. So I don't like going back. Bishop c1 and queen c1 just allows the piece exchange. Maybe some bishop g5 would be coming. I don't know.
Yeah, there is a compensation for black. Yeah, but compensation is sometimes short-term factor. This bishop is very good. This is known from Topalov's games, when you control and then you start trolling. Now the main question is, do you abandon the defense of this, or you're not running away of this dark square bishop? This is the question. So do you move it, for example, I don't know, bishop c1, or you stick to it?
Because some bishop g5 and bishop f4 is could be an immediate threat if you allow the exchange on e3.
Yeah,
if you take back with the piece, of course, not with the pawn.
Yeah,
but
it's very complicated, I would say. This is the game which probably, yeah, basically both games are they look quite decisive, and we just got the move bishop c1 was played.
Bishop c1, yeah, not allowing all of this.
Yeah, at this moment we let bishop c1, and now, as you mentioned, rook c8, bishop g5, queen b6, so many options for black.
Somehow I like black more in this position, yeah.
Okay, because it's
personal.
Yeah, it's active. You like that.
Yeah,
position.
Of course.
Okay, let's switch to the next board. We can follow it with the camera as well. So let's see next one, where Bela Kotanashvili is playing against Badelka. That's the one. So it looks that Bela Kotanashvili is playing similar game like 2 rounds ago, or where was it, when she won against Krasteva?
Yeah, it might
was
be
similar,
round 2.
like
yes,
queen was on h6 and heading for checkmate. This looks very good for white. How is Bela doing, Kotanashvili, in terms of...
she was resting a bit, if I am not mistaken, but she has 1.5 out of 2.
Okay.
So yeah, quite good.
Yeah, this looks very dangerous. h4 is coming, bishop g5 is coming. This looks like a dream version of Catalan. So let's check what has happened. Okay, black usually allows this kind of stuff, and then a6, queen b6, and master is to push c5 at some stage. Knight e5, this is all known. Now h6 is the move, and then there is knight a. This is the line. Queen h5, this is very known. Bishop g5, if you play I take, sacrifice the rook, and so on and so on. But she took different routes. She first took on c6 and then bishop e7, but this is just better for white. And yeah, very tough. Here, another decisive.
Very afraid.
Yeah, all the match looks.
I would be very afraid over here with black.
Yeah, all the match looks really, really complicated. Then we have Joka Gal against Laura. Look, okay, Laura is also trying to. But what has happened? Laura is d4 player. Okay, it was a London system. It was not the Kero. But the position resembles that, because in Kero, for example, in Kero Khan, I can go this, c6, d4, d5, I can take, and then play c3. And then we'll have similar structure like here. So it's, this version is London way, although the main difference is that in Kero, this bishop can come out. Okay, black took a different route, and Laura is trying to launch an attack.
A rook on h3, I like it.
Yeah, it's good because you cannot castle anyway.
And I was wondering, I thought it went from the castle to e1, e3, and yeah, but somehow it seems like a waste of time. Why not just play h4 and rook h3? Yeah, interesting concept.
Yeah, Let's move on with women's section. We have second match Vrnjacka. We can also switch the camera there against Batsiashvili. And there, okay, this is also typical Catalan debate. Bishop d2, this is all known. You get this. Yeah. This is a long analyzed line. Bishop e3, tough move to make. Very tough move. But okay, if takes and your structure is damaged, but probably you're doing well. Okay, this is a mess. They're blitzing, but Vrnjacka seems to be...
It's moved 25 already, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, so another issue, opposite colored bishops. We mentioned this before. If the queens are on the board, if let's say we move queens and rooks off the board, 90% it will be a draw. If we move queens off the board and stay with rooks, then white has serious chances, because in the endgame it's possible to push her passer. Passer became an important asset. But if we leave the queens on the board, then it's more important who has better bishop, or king safety becomes the main issue. So here, if white pawn was g2, it will be much easier. So it depends. So this bishop is a bit stuck. So now this is the issue. Will black manage to open white's king, and then this passer will be irrelevant? This is the theory. So.
And you don't want to play e3 as white, because you would be making a lot of white square weaknesses.
And then if you play e3, then there is possible outpost for your opponent.
And on the other hand, if you do not play e3 or put something on e3, then e3 is a possibility for black at any moment to open up the bishop and to create some serious threats.
Exactly. Let's move on. Vaishali against Dinara. Dinara is an active player, especially with white. So I'm not surprised that this game is taking this course. It's very complicated. Come on.
So many games that we have already seen.
In women's section is
G4
typical.
and G5 pawns.
In women's section is typical that they are having more complicated, more sharp positions.
More attractive chess.
Sarasade, she's playing this famous Reti maneuver when queen ends up in a corner, bringing a reverse battery. And this is also typical way when you're moving around and you want that the game takes some long way. Ulvia, reigning European champion. Also we have Sarana, European individual champion.
Yes.
We have Ulvia Fatalieva,
reigning women champion.
Players from reigning European team championship, men and women.
Indjic, Sarana, Pretke, Velimir Ilic, Markuš as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Plus
the whole team, basically.
Salimova, Krasteva, Radeva, Bulgarian players.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
We also have European youth champion playing for a Slovakian team in the open section. I think Finek, he is a champion in under 14 or under 16. How old is he? I think maybe under 16 maybe.
Let's check. He's playing for Dunajska Streda.
And how old is he?
At this tournament, and he's only 14 years old.
Yeah, I think he's reigning champion, European champion from Prague, from Czech Republic, under 14. He's almost close to 2,500.
Yeah, only.
Which is very strong, very high. So guys, if you know someone else who is also reigning youth champion or maybe senior champion, we are happy to
share this info.
To get this info, Ulvia, very complicated battle, but black seems to be doing well, although it's still complicated. Depends where black will penetrate. So the point is that this knight is restricting black position. If you push f5, the knight jumps. so complicated. Let's check Alina against Mamazada. We can switch the camera there as well. Hang on. Dead lost.
Ooh, what has happened here?
4 knights, bishop. Okay, basically they ended up in this position, like you're playing 4 knights, and then you play bishop b5, and then like, let's say a6, bishop f4. So it's the same position, different route. Okay, that's already bad.
So she managed to
If you
surprise her.
move the knight, bishop comes, and if you play rook e8, another issue.
And
I can take on g5, first on g5 to threaten here, and then discover the attack. So it's just curtains. So she played d6. Yeah, here postponing was even better, which is a tough move to play. But to realize that you can wait for a moment. But this mate in 6, mate in 4, she missed. Oh, that's not great that Alina has missed. So queen f6, how many minutes she had? An hour.
Yeah.
So instead of queen f6, queen g4, bishop f6, checkmate. That was beautiful.
Oh, that would have been a beautiful end to this game, yes.
Pity that she missed that.
You know, Alina is actually my age, and the first European individual youth championship I played the first round against her, and I missed the mate in 1 at that point. So, and that's how I
did you
remember.
miss to give a check? So probably check was also checkmate.
Yes, yeah, I didn't see. And then a few years later, when playing in girls under 12 category, both of us were having 5.5 out of 8 in the after 8th round, and I was paired against her. I lost, so she was 4th or 5th at the European, so it was my toughest loss. So I remember this moment very, very much.
Okay, here, rook and the
Yeah, we expect her to win.
exchange up, so
For sure.
body language. We can maybe zoom it just to see how. So let's go full screen just to see how.
She seems very confident, yeah.
Current, yeah, this one.
Yeah, for sure. She seems very confident, even though Gunay has a better rating than her at this moment. Not 100 points, but almost. And yeah, you can see her glances around. We see Salimova in the behind. Will she see this position as well?
One question to you,
Yeah.
Dragana. So when somehow your ego is hurting because you are having a dead loss position, you know that you have dead loss position. Your opponent knows as well. People
Everybody
following
in the
the
room
game,
knows.
people in the room, and you still need to sit there in front of everyone. How do you handle? Do you try to run and resign, or you still can live with that for a while?
I try to live with that and try to find some miracle in the position, even though it's very unlikely. But you know, deep inside yourself, you're like, how can you let this happen? How is it possible? Why did you play so stupid?
Do you become red?
I don't know. Maybe somebody from from around could tell you this, but I become actually very, very frustrated, which is not so good. And of course, depends who I'm playing against. If it's somebody much stronger, then maybe I don't mind that much. Of course, I don't like losing, but you expect that stronger opponents will outplay you. But if they do not, and you end up losing, it's some sour taste. I don't like that. Nobody likes it, of course.
Anything in chat? Anything? Maybe it's a moment while we're waiting here. Basically, a resignation. Do you have anything else? Okay, I can switch.
Let's check.
I can switch to moves to some other boards. But okay, I like this approach that you can live with that. That she's still not hiding behind her hands and so on, fingers. Let's get the board back and let's switch with the camera to another match. No, we don't have it. I think this is our last match. Okay, we can stay with the camera here while I'm showing another boards. Here it was interesting that Adela came very well prepared. Here was probably good, but somehow she went for the other move, and then yeah, it seems that she has been doing very well.
I had lunch with Adela almost every single day, basically, since we're in the same hotel and we are very good friends. She has had some higher rating previously, and basically she's not very happy with her current elo. For now, she is struggling a little bit, but I believe that she can improve. She definitely has that higher standard play. At some point, she just needs to get it out of the system and continue being at a high level. So I hope it might come, maybe even today. Because we saw in the previous 2 rounds, she had some very good positions. Even yesterday, she was playing with Jurginer, if I'm not mistaken, and she had some very good position in the beginning. Prior to that round, she even had a winning position versus Rakmangolova, if I'm not mistaken. She didn't convert it, but yeah, hoping to see her back in her style.
Yeah, in this match, White is pushing a bit on this board, but now came this g3, which might be also weakening, and on the 4th board, Beidulaeva is always much better. She will start rolling her pawns. We have already result in Krasteva against Sereda. What has happened here? Sideline, knight a5, f6. This is all known, but it's of course risky with black as well. But she managed to hold that one. Okay, somehow things deteriorated quickly. I don't know why. Okay, what's wrong here? Is it lost? Can we check? Okay, it's probably not lost. Can we check, please?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm checking right away. I thought that the game was finished, but yeah, let me check.
Yeah, while we are waiting for that one, let's switch to open section. Let's switch to Draking versus Gukesh. What's going on there? Knight h6 was played, but in different versions. So first rook takes, and then knight h6 was the move. I'm expecting knight e7.
We're back at Gukesh game.
Yeah. Knight e7 is the move, and I'm curious now what will White.
Do you think that maybe since we're not still in the tight knot, maybe we can check this quick game that has finished, Mauritius game?
Okay, I know that
since it's a
Vasily
decisive one?
Ivanchuk has made a draw. This is what I've noticed. While against Lucas van Forest, brother of Jordan, stronger brother. Here, Maurizi yesterday has lost a game. Actually, he was playing against Blomqvist, Sweden, grandmaster for Sweden, 24 something. But this guy is very, very Sharp. Take a look of the game Blomqvist against Shevchenko from the Olympiad. Now, of course, Shevchenko is hot topic, but check that game. Blomqvist was just playing this c4 beautiful in Rouser, and then later just crashed him. Also in some club cup, I know that he was playing very well against Deak last year, against some other players. So he's very, very good player. And if you are black against him, it can be very tricky. So before the game, or in the morning, I saw him and Fressinet, and I said, watch out. 2480, you are 2600. Sounds
still,
like
yeah?
like some
An
kind
easy
of
task.
yeah, not an easy task, but
Easier.
some target you need to win against him with black. And Fress made a point. I love that point. So today I also met him, and I said, okay, tough game because of that loss. It ended up 3-3. They were like huge favorite. He said, listen, bad company. I said, how do you mean? Gukesh, Arjun, they're playing with black. They're just winning everything, risking a lot. You're staying in the same room. You see how they play, and you think that you can play that way.
Ah, okay.
So
Motivation around.
that means that they're affecting a lot of people. Actually, I think Michalewski was playing yesterday, making this sacrifice because the spirit of active play somehow came around.
A very interesting point of view.
And this player Blomqvist is one of the, I would say, toughest opponent around this rating. Also, we had yesterday Alan Greenfeld playing with 2450, Huzman on the last board against Injic, and so on and so on. So what has happened here? Normal opening phase. Yup. Nothing special. Oh, nice touch. So guys, if you can stay for a second, if you want to pause the YouTube video, you can think for a while. White is on the move and white is winning. Yeah, now we can move on. The point is that when you have the piece, which is a key piece protecting your piece, it's always possible to cut the defense, to exchange it, and to deflect it. So queen c1 is just finishing the game.
And since 97 is
when you
with check.
take 97 is with the check, and if you move to h4, I guess g3 is just doing the job.
So you can see that blunders happen even at this high level.
Very tough. 2400 player to lose this way is probably very annoying. But nice win for Mark. A free day.
Free day, basically, yeah.
Where else we have? Do we have anything decisive?
No other results, I believe. Only draws.
Let's go back to top boards. Let's check what's going on. Let's stick to draking his board. It's funny, yesterday you were like on a verge of defeat against Pehac, 25-80, the guy was blitzing moves, you were dead lost, and suddenly you're pushing against Gukesh.
Yeah.
So I would say the biggest difference in scenarios ever. Have you found something?
Yes, I found.
Or something
I found actually one more decided game. It's between two FIDE masters, I believe, but seems like it ended up very interesting. I just lost it for a second. Let me find it again.
I will stick to this position. So 97. So what can Gukesh consider instead? So 97 he's calculating. So I'm shutting the bishop. I don't believe that this is good for white because he's just dropping the piece. So you need to prepare a runaway route. So g4 will be played, and now it's black's turn. Active move is rook c4, b5 also springs to mind. Let's say rook d1. At some point king g7 will be played, takes, and we have this type of position. White is better, pawn up, and you need to save your skin with really, really strong defense. I'm not sure why That was a plan from Gukesh. Maybe someone told him that happens, you know. You have a seconds, and they tell you in this position you play this, and you play h6 in your prep, and then you're catching the knight. This was famous game in 2017. So Russia was playing in European Championship against Azerbaijan, and 4 players against 4, and second board was Mamedov against Dubov, if I'm not mistaken. So first board was maybe, I think they put on the first board maybe Mamedjarov, and then on the third board Rajabov, or first board was Rajabov and Mamedjarov was on the third board. Or, I don't know, it's not important which board. So Rauf was white against Dubov, and Grishchuk said in some kind of post-interview or some commentary that it was funny. So Rauf has won the game in fabulous style. So basically what had happened, they were having a camp, training camp or something, and Boris Gelfand was Dubov's coach, and he gave him, they were discussing some position, and Boris said, here you play this and you will figure it out yourself how to come out from this position if white plays that. And it looked to me as the most complicated position. Even in engines, I'm not sure that it's easy to go out from the problems. And Grishchuk was laughing so hard for the most extraordinary, the most complicated, not ordinary position, he got an advice, and then you go out yourself easily. And Dubov was sitting, and Rauf was playing with great energy, blitzing the moves. I think Halifman was there coaching.
His decisions, yeah.
He knew all those details. Engines are giving zeros, but it's a really tough game. So check that game, 2017, Mamedov against Dubov. Very confident, and Dubov was sitting there. Actually, I know this because I played, I think, next round against Dubov. So Dubov was sitting there. His confidence was zero. He was watching in this crazy position when you are sort of, it's hard to grasp. White has always a perpetual in his pocket, plus he is always combining this with some small move. So every move he can take a perpetual, but he just play something randomly, and you need to adjust all your moves according to this perpetual. It was crazy. And then Dubov was sitting almost sort of crying where I have got, and Grishchuk was laughing how he got that advice, because Grishchuk knew it. So Grishchuk was watching Dubov and remembering this comment, and now you are on your own, and it's
basically easy, yeah.
Yeah, so that sometimes happens in this type of positions. So you're having seconds, you need to delegate knowledge, responsibility. You cannot work on chess yourself only. So you have like 10 coaches, 10 seconds, 10 friends who are working for you, and you need to trust them. I know that Giri once played just one position and he realized that it's lost. That's common. Also, that was a famous match, Leko against Kramnik, where Barea was writing that in his book. Barea was his second. At that time, he was like great coach, 2700 player already. So he was his second, and they were analyzing Marshall attack, which is at that time was one of the hardest openings, because engines were strong, but not strong enough to go so far. And then it was great how they were heading towards the game, and he needed to conclude the analysis. And for example, instead of that 23 or 25, he stopped at 23. And Engine says that white is better. And then he gave Kramnik like a line, and white is better there.
Okay.
And Kramnik comes to the game. It was match, and only level it in the last round. So Leko was so close to become a world champion. And Kramnik plays this Marshall and splits it. Leko was thinking for 1 hour and plays some 94 crushing move, and actually just burying the line. But Kramnik was watching, where am I? Can you imagine how how was afterwards.
You believe in the position and And speaking about seconds, do you maybe know about Gukishes and Dings seconds for the championship? I know that this kind of information tends to be secret prior to the match, but do you maybe know something about this?
I know that rapport was before working. They usually will not reveal all those seconds, but it comes out at some point. So it's not a big deal, I think, if someone wants to search it. But as I said, the point is that you need to trust your seconds.
Yes.
And sometimes, as I told you, someone says e5 is the easiest way to liquidate in this position, and you play this tiny move h5, and then after knight f5 you play king f8, we exchange, and after knight h6 you go, I don't know, b5, and after you go knight e7, and after g4 b5, here you will be on your own and you will draw this position. And then you sit at the board and you suddenly realize that it's so hard. It's
not so easy, yeah.
And of course you cannot call your second and say, guy, what are you doing? Yeah, this is so crazy. Where am I? Yeah, I need to trust him. And that's it. Also, there was a famous story from Fischer against Petrosyan. I was telling this sometimes. So Bobby was just crushing. First, he was crushing in interzonal, then he was crushing people in candidates. Tamanov 6-0, Larsen, best of the West, 6-0. And then, first when Tamanov lost 6-0, they said, he was actually not playing well. He underestimated Fischer. He actually was not doing his best. Soviet Union is behind him. He should have done it better, blah, blah, blah. And then next match, 6-0. Again, Fischer. And then they realized, it's time that we really take him seriously. And they were like preparing for him and so on. There were some stories that even Korchnoi against Petrosyan, that Korchnoi was saying at some stage that they decided that Petrosyan is a tougher opponent for Bobby. And there was a match in Argentina. I was also telling this story about stakes are good when Gligoric, since we are now in Serbia, so Gligoric was acting as a translator, and they were discussing where to stage a match. This final candidates tournament, there were two options, Argentina plus Yugoslavia. Gligoric was trying to be neutral. He was translating because Petrosyan was not speaking English so well. Bobby knew a bit Russian, but not so well, and Serbian, and Gligoric was translating. And then at some stage, Petrosyan wanted to play in Yugoslavia because it's closer, time zone. Bobby wanted to go to Argentina, similar reasons. And at some stage, Bobby says, but stakes are good in Argentina. And then Gligoric was translating that stakes are good in Argentina. And Petrosyan was saying, I appreciate that they have like a kilo of meat, but we are playing chess, food, blah, blah, blah. And then after 3 minutes, they realized that Bobby was thinking the stakes are high, that money price is higher in Argentina. And the match is happening, and famous incident, electrical incident. So before the match, Petrosyan got an envelope from some amateur, and there was not amateur, let's say IM, but sometimes Soviet IMs, they were very strong. They couldn't travel, only like world champion or maybe some Soviet champion could travel to international tournaments, and they were really strong players, but with not international experience, so not being chance to get prizes and so on, titles. And he got an envelope from one master from Soviet Union that Bobby was playing in some Sicilian, some bad line where rook g8 is crushing. And of course, Petrosyan put it aside, come on,
some rubbish.
Some crap, exactly. So it's nothing, I won't read it. And I don't know, 7 days before the match, he opens it. Let me check. And suddenly he sees that the analysis is correct and the rook g8 is really a good move. And first round in Buenos Aires, Bobby is white, Sicilian, Kalashnikov, this knight b5, Labordone, and Peterson plays rook g8. And famous electricity incident, suddenly lights switched off, and actually the game was stopped, and Peterson stood up immediately, and Bobby was called to stand up as well, and Bobby said, no worries, just put the clock on, and he was sitting there thinking in half dark. And actually Peterson has misplayed it, and Bobby won that game, and then crushed Petrosian. I think it was like 6.5, maybe 3.5.
So he was for sure angry why he didn't check that rook g8.
Yeah, but my point is that sometimes you're getting some infos under the radar, some of good, so we don't know. So the guys who are following, maybe they don't know that this is not just Gukesh. This is not just Arjun. It's some seconds analysis, but he's the one visible. Visible. It's like in soccer when you have like a manager or head coach and suddenly NBA, and you have like 6-5 coaches behind him. So he might be using some analysis. It's not possible to check everything, to recheck everything. And now he's also having this psychological issue. Yeah, where am I? Why I did that? Why I didn't play something else? And I'm not sure that also his second, who suggested it, is also now happy.
So happy, yeah.
Pray to God that my boss will call this one. So there are many things which are behind, and basically this is what I would love to offer to our viewers, so that guys, you get these insights which might you not get it elsewhere. So if I would need to bet, I would say that this was a preparation, but he's not happy and he's rechecking where to go. He's probably remembering or memorizing a lot of stuff, but he's rechecking. This is the thing. There were some players, for example, who would make an improvement of their prep. Suddenly, during the game, he sees, okay, hang on, there is this move, let me try it. But you need to have like a strong will to be able to do it. So, where we are now, knight a6, knight b6 played. Okay, interesting. You know that I have profile of players I like. So in this position, if I would need to choose few players. I told you that Rauf Mamedov would be my choice if it's time pressure, time trouble, unbalanced position, even lost position, but with possibilities for tricks. If I would need to choose a player with white to push in this position to get a chance to win, of course Magnus will be on very top. Then
but taking Magnus out?
Yeah, we can discuss others, but Magnus would be like...
Magnus, you can choose in every single position.
Yeah, no? But here it's especially, I don't know, from 50 games, he will win 50, you know, so it's like really his style. But Andrejkin would be on top of my list.
Wow, okay.
So if I would be white, if I need to choose pick up one player from this event, white, so he will be like top 5. So my point is, like I was saying, that Rauf can hold that position against Gukesh. So this is the guy. So before I was saying that 90% that this position will be a draw, because Andrejkin, he doesn't have that type of openings to challenge Gukesh. But now when we are already in this type of position, now top 5. Okay, I
so
need
that
to scroll.
means that
I can go to, you can offer me like a starting rating list of this event in the open section, and then I will throw you a few names.
We can do it like this.
Who would be like very good squeezers in this type of position?
Mamedyarov, maybe?
Mamedyarov more for tactics and Abdusatorov would be very high on the list. Hari Krishna would be very high on the list, probably also in top 5. Let me go a bit down. who has a great technique and he's around. Okay, even Samuel Tershahayan, for example, 2600 rated player, if you are black in this type of position, or Sargsyan, for example, but he's not playing, but let's say the Sargsyan, I would immediately pick him up here. When he starts slowly putting pressure, it's really hard to play against him.
Okay.
Anything in chat regarding this game? Maybe we could...
I don't see any questions about the...
Except that Dragana is so cute, which we know.
Thank you. No, I see some actually list of previous champions, but we were discussing the reigning European champions, since this is the European Championship. So yeah, and Serrano was also the Rapid.
And Rapid champion.
Rapid was Navarra? Or Blitz Navarra?
I think Serrano
went
was
to
Rapid, yeah, and Navarra.
And the next
Blitz.
day we had Navarra, who won the Blitz. So Navarra as well, the reigning champion. And I cannot recall which lady won the European Rapid and Blitz. I know Antonetta Stefanova.
Because no, it's basically we have 25 or 24. So in Monaco it will be for 24, so we don't have a champion yet.
We don't have a reigning champion. Yeah, so it was a trick question. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, the position is very tense. Gukesh is burning a lot of time. Okay, he will solve this, I would say, time issue, but the biggest problem is where to go, because this is so tough to play. I will lose it in a second, because you're pawn down and basically your opponent has some kind of easy game, because you are the one who is solving it. So first, let's say a test for white was to pick up the pawn. So only this white was burning a lot of time. So once he decided to go for it, I would say tougher challenges in black's camp. If Gukesh he can learn from this game as well. So from Mamedov, that there will be a pressure, that how to handle time travel and so on, and also from this game that you might end up in this type of position. Magnus is basically winning his matches in this style, where you will be squeezed. Maybe to avoid them, maybe to test them deeper, because that way that you are stopping your maybe analysis around here, and then that you will somehow
need to go at least a few
out of
more,
the problems. Then very tough situation.
Could we 94? We have a move, even though I don't see a Draken on the camera. 94 is from Gukesh, yeah. So he's back in his seat.
You see, he cannot stand the pressure in terms of passive play. He's trying to
make it more active?
Yeah, to make it more active. According to the engine, it's not the best move, I guess. But
it is logical. It is logical you want to activate your piece.
My point is that he might not play the best moves now, but it's important to give your opponent choices, tests, where to go. Now, for example, do I take on b7? Do I first play f5? Do I bring my knight? Do I abandon this one? And then your opponent will also start burning some time and also making some questions. Let's switch to another board. So here we will
we'll be coming back to this one for sure.
Okay. As expected, I said there is no chance that this, not chance, I said like 10% that this game ended up in a draw, but this is really too drastic. Immediately, Parkham just.
I think that as soon as you mention some kind of draw percentages, We have to switch it.
Oh, Park, I'm just throwing rook c4, not thinking for a second that maybe that's about some better moves. He cannot resist to play this type of move. What I love about Parkham, actually, I was saying this in the Croatian national TV, Croatian sports TV, when I was commentating Global Chess League, which was a fantastic event in London, that you pick up Parkham. And for him, from my opinion, is the same. Playing in a coffee house, playing in a bar, playing at the European Championship finals or Club Cup finals, playing in the Olympiad, playing in the World Cup Armageddon. He plays, he likes to sacrifice, he plays his own style. I don't believe that he feels pressure in that way. So, I don't know how to say, easygoing player in terms of throwing active.
Oh, this would be such an advantage, actually, if you manage to keep your calm and just do your thing, whichever the circumstances are, then
There's
that's a great advantage.
only one downside of that is that in chess sometimes you cannot play that way. Position requires boring way of play, liquidating, being passive for a while, and I think that's actually his issue. That's why he's not 27-60, because you cannot just break through it. You see that, for example, Richard Rapport has adjusted his style. Basically, he's not throwing now. In his classical games, he's playing some equal and very calm stuff. Also, some other players, they were playing. Even Mamedjaro, before he was more sharp than now. Now you would see that he plays some end game, sometimes that he plays also some symmetrical stuff and so on. So it's nice, I love it, but long term.
It's nice, I love it, but I don't like it.
No, I love it, but for him, for his improvement.
Yeah, I understand what you want to say. But what here? Can you take on c4?
Yeah, of
because,
course.
I mean, I guess you have
but
to,
then
because
he would love to play
otherwise-
this type of position, and who knows what's going on. Engines will, of course, win against him easily, but
practical play,
yeah.
not so easy.
But they say that Nodirbek is the best defender currently in the world. So it's also, now we have eternal battle, matchup between fire and the water,
earth. Interesting.
Okay, let's move on. Tabatabai, I know a bit less, but never mind. Similar. It's not this. He's not the same player like Parham. So I mean, it's a little bit more classical, if it's possible to say it for Iranian players, because usually they're just attacking all the time. Also tough game. Let's check what's going on. It was, of course, some mess. Actually, we saw this in the Bela Kotanashvili game or something else similar. And the problem is in Catalan, engines will give you their main route how you should go and proceed. And sometimes you don't, you don't check moves, because some of the moves, because engine bar or engine evaluation said that this is not optimal and that black is better 0.40 or something like that. But in practical game, you don't know how to punish it. So if you are a player who is a risk taker, you can find so many possibilities that moves are not bad. They are not even maybe dubious, but they are just slightly inaccurate.
And you have hard time finding the solution on the board.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised that this actually taken off guard. Black is slightly better, engines say, but you see so many possibilities for white. You see, he couldn't resist and took the pawn. And now suddenly white is better. But Vichy said, Anand has a great thing. The point is, you should play some openings and actually learn them, depending about your reaction when you are out of the book. So if your reactions in blitz game or tests, someone from your team put some 5 tests armed with engines to you, and how would you react in some moves? And if your reactions are good, stick to that opening. But if you like making mistakes, not reacting well, yeah, it doesn't mind that you check it later with engine say you were better. Okay, you were better, but you're making mistakes. You cannot play.
You don't
the
know
right
how to
way.
deal with the position. Yeah, it was a very practical suggestion from Vichy.
This looks quite bad for Pragnananda. Okay, let's say that you're Ivan Sokolov, team captain. He was here. So you have Prague. Okay, not Messi, but okay, you have some Lewandowski or I don't know, some football or NBA player. Maybe it's not LeBron James, but it's some very, very, very good player. So what do? Do you get? You sense that you know that he's strong, that he's capable of playing well. His rating is good. His results are good. But in this tournament, he's completely struggling. Do you sense it? Do you wait for him in the last round, penultimate round? He might play as strong as he is capable, or you said, okay, this tournament, forget it?
I don't know. It's a very tough decision to make because who were their substitutes? And Sokolov was...
Instead of Pragnananda, they can put Lupulescu on the 6th board.
And so all of the other need to move one board up.
Pragnananda, Lupulescu, or even Sokolov is playing. It sounds a bit ridiculous.
Sounds like a huge difference, yeah?
If you are losing games or you are having a bad positions, because if we check his four games, including this one, he was maybe lost in all. All 4. It's very hard decision. I would say
it's
the
a hard
hardest.
Decision to
the
make,
hardest,
yeah.
not to put 2750 guy who is like a brilliant player.
And especially, what do you do if a player comes to you and he says, "Look, I don't feel that I'm playing good enough.
That's great.
Maybe need to find one day rest." Or
that's great, Dragana.
You think that's the easiest?
No, this is easy, but he says, I can. I'm good, I'm okay, boss. Okay, I'm coach, I'm fine. But you know that he's not fine. You sense it, but he says, I'm fine.
Yeah, that's actually very tough. Because you need to think about the team and you need to think about players individually.
And this is very short tournament. You don't have so much chances. If you lose one match, maybe if you lose even
maybe
this
it
one,
might be over,
sort of over. And in any other team, this guy would be like a hero. We have Pragnananda on the first board. He plays all the time, because here in super chess with so many players and strong players, I don't know what you do. It's very tough because Angels are saying that he's sort of not losing, but on a verge already on. Okay, Angels are saying that, but he's...
And once again, we have this pawn on c5.
Yeah,
it was on c6.
Somehow he allows all the time that. Let's check how Nihal is doing against Bogdan. I think this is... that was some kind of a game. We can also switch the camera to that board, so it's our second camera to check how Nihal is doing. If I would, let's say, need to guess before the round, I would say that this is a possible tough matchup for Turkish Airlines. For Super Chess, because Nihal, he's in great shape. He wants to somehow to break through. We have Hari Krishna already. He was 27. At some stage he was ahead of Anand, if I'm not mistaken. Then Vidit made a breakthrough. Arjun, Prague, and Gukesh, and suddenly where is Nihal, he's behind. He's a splendid player, but those guys are improving faster. So he wants to keep up with them. He wants to score so many wins. So he's very determined during Global Chess League. He was so determined. He was playing on this prodigy board, how they say it, or call it. But here how it looks that Bogdan did a masterpiece, because this is just a better position for white, no risk. This, for example, if a player has rating 2650, some position Nihal Sarin is playing 2750, tactic shops. This type of position, I'm not sure that he's playing better than 2580, I'm saying. So suddenly you're not playing against Nihal Sarin, suddenly you're playing against some ordinary grandmaster. Because here he cannot invent anything, some super calculation, imagination, which he has it. So I think that this was like a brilliant choice for Deak, and I don't get it how Nihal allowed that. So let's check it. It's a team event, and sometimes let's say you're playing objective, but here, so already in the opening, I don't think that it was the right choice. Okay, I would condemn this move. This is not in his style. Anything else, keep the position, go with a different type of structure, but don't play this structure where C and D pawn will be exchanged. Because it's not easy to play, and yesterday Gukesh was out playing Rauf in this line. I think mistake, positionally mistake, and mistake due to his character and profile and everything. So basically, Bogdan and Super Chess managed to lower the pressure in the match on this board. Only two results are now
Possible, yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't have Deak in time trouble, so we
don't have Deak in time trouble, but we have Murzin in time trouble.
Yeah.
He's
struggling once again.
6 minutes on the clock, but it seems that Jordan is just having a bad position. So I'm worried for possible heart attack of my friend Ivan Sokol, because this looks very tough for black, and now we need another Rauf Mamedov style miracle, and Jordan is not that type of player. I would expect him to be white and to squeeze, and he knows how to play this type of position. So he's not a swindler. So I'm not sure that this will be good for him. And we can see that Volodar is somehow happy, although 20 moves towards the 40th. And Farm Forest is worried. That's obvious. French defense. You can play French defense, but maybe concept should be.
And in the behind, you can see Borki Predojevic checking out the games. As we've mentioned, he is the team captain of Typhoon over
here this is like complete sideline, this queen a5. So he wanted to surprise him, but now he's on the verge of defeat. Although 6 minutes, it's not easy to break through. I was following Volodar in the Global Chess League as well. He was on Prodigy board, and as well as Nihal and some other Biere, and he was struggling a bit in time trouble. He was not feeling so confident when the clock was ticking. It was without increment, so it's not strange, but I'm not sure that this is basically so complicated. You move the bishop, then probably start doubling over the f-file. So, okay, but still he needs to show some skill to exploit this.
And only 6 minutes on the clock, and this is move number 26. It wouldn't be such an easy job. As you can see, he's already leaned into the table, over the table, however you want to call it. The adrenaline mode, the rush mode has started kicking in.
Okay, let's switch to the last board. What's going on? Oof. Nothing. It's a dead draw. Hang on. Bishop g5. Not a great technique by Yao here, because he was just much better, and now he will just make a draw. What has happened here? Yeah, he decided to sacrifice the exchange, basically with bishop f6, because knight c6, and you need to move away from the rook, from the knight. Dead draw. It's not a great situation for super chess, so let's just check. So we have Gukesh suffering on the first board, Abdusatorov under heavy fire, Pragnananda under heavy fire. So 3 players are actually suffering on the first three board. Deak better, but he needs to squeeze, which is not easy.
A lot, yeah.
We have Fan Forest in bad situation against Murzin, and we have a draw on the last board. It looks like Turkish Airlines, that super chess is Turkish Airlines.
Yeah, so Turkish Airlines having the upper hand in this match. Suddenly everything becomes very messy.
No, this match now, in terms of percentage, is like 70% for Turkish Airlines to win the match. So anything, I think draw is maximum now at the moment, how it looks.
How it looks so
Some
far, yeah.
really tough things should happen.
Some miracles. Maybe we can check out the second match? See.
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's just first once again check has something happened in Gukesh. Okay, he's suffering, not much has changed. Maxodlo, everything became black. He's just winning. Completely
So he
winning.
took on c4. We have quite some moves. Knight d3, as you've predicted.
Queen a4. What's the point of that move? I don't see it.
Maybe he wanted to, when you remove the rook, some queen a8 and queen e4, trying to exchange the queen, but...
Okay, he's dropping the d pawn, and he wanted to take a pawn in return. But this is strange. Is this a correct? Let's go with the camera to that match. Is this correct position? Let me check. So let's go to Gukesh as a first board. Yup, and let's go full screen. Is that the position? Full screen with the camera. Okay, it's a bit far. I see that the pawn is,
cannot see.
the pawn is on a3, bishop is on a3. It looks like a position. I see even Sokolov behind. I don't know, maybe some medicine already is needed, aspirin or something.
For our Sokolov.
This looks like the worst day of those 3 players in total ever.
Okay, so Beloslav is game
is completely shocked. Gukesh is suffering, and Pragnananda is suffering. It looks like a dream scenario for
Turkish Airlines, yeah?
Listen, I don't want to mention, but it's a possibility that they win with like huge margin.
You're afraid to even say it.
Yeah. Let's get back the boards. So what do we have? We have knight g4 played, bishop b7, and black is thinking where to go. It looks quite bad. Second board, Max Odlo.
I'm sure that Braham is going to win here. Now, after this rook c4, everything went his way. Abdusattorov will need to make a miracle here. No?
I'm just shocked how it looks.
You're
so
afraid
if you
to
take
see
on d5, you will get mated because the rook is hanging. So that was maybe missed. So you need to take and checkmate, or you will get mated. Oof. Oof. Oh. Oof.
Oh my god. This would be a spectacular checkmate. Oh my god, what we have.
What a checkmate. If, of course, it won't happen.
Of course, yeah, but it's a...
looks... Maybe first time I see this type of checkmate.
Oof. This would be one of those achievements, you know, you have on chess applications, some kind of badge, new badge.
So very tough. So Abdusattorov is thinking where to go. This bishop is a monster. It's a dead loss position. I think this move queen to a4 is just losing. And Parkham is aware, and yeah, Nodirbek is thinking where to go. And yeah, basically if they lose, I don't see how they can recover the title.
Well, yeah, it's round number 4 already, as we've mentioned quite a couple of times. Only seven rounds, so no time to come back.
Yeah, this looks like a dead loss. But okay, in team events sometimes that happens. That at the same time, this is also dead loss.
And do you think that maybe, well, they're sitting next to each other, of course, and you want to know how your teammates are doing, and when you see that somebody is under some heavy fire, you don't like the position at all, and at some point you start getting more nervous, maybe more aggressive.
Don't believe so, because when you're in your position, you're having or experiencing some problems, basically you just stick to your board and you don't even think about others, because for them they are super professionals. They basically only think about their games for the moment, so they're just focused on their own problems. They don't get it, the situation. This looks like that last position. I don't know what happened, but it would be for the first time in history that I see that type of players are suffering. They're not losing. They never lose.
Yeah,
And
it's really unimaginable.
In the same team.
Do you think that...
Fantastic, actually, fantastic achievement for Turkish Airlines. Maybe I've said this on the first day that they could be like dark horse, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you've mentioned it, yeah.
If I would need to pick up some team, I would pick up Turkish Airlines. But okay, I was counting that Nihal might be the guy who could be their strength in this type of match. But basically what they're showing, it's crazy stuff. They're just dominating, completely dominating that type of players who never lose. Come on, India was playing Olympiad. You know how they play.
Of course, they had a spectacular performance.
So very tough at the moment. I don't see where they will win, and they can lose on so many boards. So some huge miracle for 3-3. Huge miracle. Let's see how Arjun is doing. What's happening here? Okay, he's better, but it's quite solid. Okay, he allowed this penetration. Okay, why? Because he didn't want to play this type of position where he was not sure that he will make a breakthrough. So that was the point. So let's switch the camera there as well to second match, Arjun's board, to combine it with the moves. Yeah, now you will see it in combination with the moves. So he didn't want to play this type of position, but sometimes because the draw doesn't suit you,
you keep on pushing.
Yeah, you start avoiding stuff, and basically you can allow your opponent huge counterplay, which actually is happening. G5, strange decision. F5 was screaming to be played, but G5, also understandable decision. At some point, yeah, black seems to be doing fine because you cannot take on C5 because queen takes on D2. It looked fantastic at some point. Indian chess, they were winning 2800. Today looks so bad for many of them.
Yeah, not happy scenario at all for our Indian compatriots over here, but who knows, we'll see.
Hard to understand where will white break through. Let's say if I play king e7, I don't see anything besides draw.
The bishop stayed on
Yeah,
e6.
bishop is great.
The
Protects
pawn
and waits.
stayed on c5. We have a pawn on c4, so you cannot move it any kind, anyway, anywhere. But
at some stage, white would need to avoid
queen exchange.
Queen exchange. Basically, brilliant game by Predke. Brilliant game. And now Arjun is sort of bluffing because he's he's standing up and like I'm pushing, but basically he's aware that there is nothing left.
Yeah. And
okay, how is that match going?
Players.
So we have Wei Yi, who is lost. Hang on. I was expecting a draw here, so today I couldn't.
So today we have many miracles.
Today I couldn't predict anything. I said it might be like a solid game, but that he's just pawned down. Yeah, he just pawned down, completely lost position. How is Vrnjacka doing? Okay, pushing, but Biera is fine. So as I said, Biera is very well prepared. Okay, today it's not my day. Shari seems to be losing, and I said that he is a strength of his team, and it seems that he's just dead lost. In Italian game, the Šarić get into lost position. That doesn't happen so often. He's just dead lost. Yeah, he got outplayed, completely outplayed by Aravind. Fantastic to win against Šarić. How is my compatriot Brkić doing? And he also got outplayed. How? He took on e5. Probably not the best decision. But anyway, it looks solid. He also was outplayed. So today I cannot predict anything. Samuel, he's pushing against Inčić. That's a tough matchup for them. How is Vidit doing? Another sort of bad position of top Indian player.
Not a great day today, huh?
Yeah. Knight f5, nice touch. If you take, you will get crushed, and this queen d8 was sad necessity. Very tough day, sad day for Indian chess. It's around. I don't know if things will be.
It looks like this right now.
If things will be changed, but it looks really. Sarana against Kamer. Okay, Kamer is probably winning. What's going on?
Going for 4 out of 4.
Yeah, Kamer is playing fantastically. How is Hari Krishna doing? Let's check if Pentala can hold. Probably he's fine. So where do we stick to? Pavel, I saw this, that Boo was really long time, and basically that Pavel is out. So here that was some kind of preparation, Queen c6, and here just after h5, White started to burn really, really huge portion of the time. He got outplayed by Pavel. But the position is not correct, probably. Yes. Again, you can ask maybe.
Immediately.
Okay, but maybe it's fixed now. Maybe you don't need, they just repair it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to Gukesh. Let's see the position there. Has something changed? So knight g4 was played. Knight c4, king e7, h3. Suboptimal move, but of course it's not easy to once again to lock your. Okay, this is like a crazy position that you should play this type of things. You need to be like Arjun and Gukesh with White to see this. I'm joking. Okay, still much better for White, but pawn down, some chances. Has something changed in other games? No. Here, White is just burning a lot of time, being dead lost. Pragnananda, okay, trying to muddy the water, but he's dead lost. Murzin, a little bit long time, but still cruising convincingly. Deak moving back and forth, and Sindarov. Probably it will be a draw. So we are, and Arjun, yeah, I expect some draw to happen. So we will stick to this position. Anything in chat in the meantime while we are waiting for some events?
I didn't see any questions for some positions, I would say. I saw one discussion about a photo of mine. It was a photo from Malina Lamy, so I know which one you're talking about. And yeah, I don't know where you can find it. It's some photo from European Team Chess Championship in Crete, 2017. Black and white photo, and funny thing is that when I was shown that photograph, I didn't recognize myself. I said, "Oh, a good photo."
Who is this nice-looking lady?
Yeah, it's some crazy photo like this and it's taken some angle from down, and I don't know, it just looks very intense, but the face is not recognizable. I would say right away. So yeah. I think that it's not the most important thing at the moment, but just wanted to answer that question. And no other questions that I see so far.
Yeah, we will wait a bit, but it looks very hard for three best players of Super Chess. Let's say if we need to, I don't know, maybe put their games in order. The worst position is Abdusattarov's, then Pragnananda and Gukesh. So let's see how Abdusattarov is trying to. Oof, that lost. G3 played, and now checkmate. Queen c2 will be played. Let's yeah, okay, we can Queen g3 played. Now this is what?
Wait.
He forgot Queen d8? What a sweetling! Really?
Wait. Is this happening? Is this an error in transmission?
Hang on, can we zoom that camera? No, this is crazy.
What is going on?
Minus 15 engines, all the moves. Queen d8 is on the board.
No way.
Parham has just made. This is crazy moment. What a game! I was saying that he's winning the worst positions of the Satorovs. Can we? Yeah, I cannot believe. So what has happened here?
He wanted to finish in style.
No, again, I'm worried for my friend Ivan because these heart attacks are around. Yeah. No, so minus 14. So knight f4 minus 14. It's really like two queens almost. So g3 only move, and he played queen g3, blundering. Now he will resign. He will resign in a few moves.
Oh my God.
Max. Okay, let's go with the full screen there now. After rook h4, queen comes to h4. I feel bad for Parham. Abdusattorov has won against Gukesh, not similar, but he was worse and then managed to win. And Parham will now.
We have a few moves on the board, yeah. Rook h5, queen h4.
I come back to the moves, but.
And it's over. It's basically over.
Yeah, it's like how many pieces? So 2 rooks for a bishop. 2 rooks for a bishop.
Oh my God! What a nightmare!
Let's have a moves. Just the guys that you can see the position. Oh my God!
No way that this happened. No way.
To win this type of position, minus 15.
No, I feel so bad. No,
Yeah.
no, it's not.
Okay, kudos to
of course,
Abdusattorov. It's crazy.
Managing to survive this,
he's
yeah.
skillful. Kudos to Parham that he's managed, that he looks so dominating against that type of player. But this is unbelievable. And Parham was completely winning. So instead of this move, g3, he could have played queen c2, and if takes,
sealed the day, yeah.
Yeah, it's just checkmate, probably. Yeah, he can calculate this.
Easy, and I'm sure.
Okay, this is not so easy. Okay, let's find maybe something else. Queen h5, probably it's even more easier. It's a checkmate, even queen f3, which is nicer. So here, after queen h5, you need to play something.
But so many ways to finish the game, and I'm sure that he has seen all of them.
He's completely red now. Parham is completely red.
No.
And the thing is, if you don't follow the games, if you are in playing hall, or you just see the result, aha, the Abdusattorov won with white.
Yeah, expected, right?
Crazy, really crazy. I feel, yeah, so bad.
I feel for you
Chess
now.
Chess is so brutal, so cruel.
And I think my opinion is that he saw all of this, but he wanted to do it in style, so he played knight g3, like with queen sack. And suddenly just
he thought that here,
about
that's it, that's a checkmate. And that this was the last check just to finish the game. And that this is a checkmate.
So unfortunate.
Oof. So
What
tough. Now it's not the position is not important any longer because it's dead lost.
Maybe we can go full screen, or?
Yeah, let's go full screen. So what do you think? You know what I would do it in this? What I would think in this?
Resign the same second.
No. Now I'm thinking. Usually in this type of things, I'm thinking, what will I do after the game? So is this something? I have my playlist with super sad songs like Don't You Cry, like Why Does My Heart Feel So Bad, or
some Coldplay maybe as well.
R.E.M. for example. Now my brain stopped. So Moby is Why Does My Heart Feel So Bad, Guns N' Roses Don't Cry, and then you have R.E.M. Everybody Hurts, and I have my playlist. Because to deal with this, it's really...
No, it's a heartbreak. It's a heartbreak, and you turn everything around in just one move, thinking that you have 5 possibilities to deliver a checkmate, and... Oh my God.
I don't know. This really, it's
unbelievable. And that's why we love to see live commentary, because this is the way. This is the way to see what's going on. And this way you can see the camera, you can see their faces, you can see what's going on live from the playing hall. And of course, we have this famous line from Sokolov: "If I don't kill myself tonight, I will live 100 years."
This moment, I remember Morozevich, he was playing Berlin. I think it was Berlin candidates, something like this. Very important tournament to qualify. Maybe Peter Lekov is qualified through that system for World Championship match against Kramnik. And he was completely winning. I think it was against Barev last round, and he misplayed it. Similar stuff. And he just went to the reception. Not even to the reception, maybe he left. He just left to the airport, left his things, books, laptop, keys, whatever, saying that, these are unlucky things, I want to leave them in that place. And how can now Parham move on? You were like winning with black against Abdusattorov in style, making fabulous stuff. Okay, let's check what's going on with camera, because Prague is now focusing on Prague's game. Let's check with the board as well. So let's combine it. Okay, it's a mate in like sixth or something, not mate, but it's just game over. Do you expect here that something similar happen?
No, I think we don't get to see this very often, so I believe that this one will be executed. And was Sokolov working with Praham as well?
Yeah.
When he was coaching the Iran team?
He was working with all of them. So I think it was Firuja, it was Maksodlo, Tabatabey, and who was fourth? I don't know. But he was working with all of them, being their captain. Actually, I think he's a great coach if you are having a promising team. He knows how to
get them to the higher level, yeah?
Exactly. I think Uzbekistan was like 14th seeded in the Chennai Olympiad, and managed to bring them to win. It was funny how Kramnik then took them off, and it was funny how Kramnik would say, this team is capable of fighting with the best. But the previous Olympiad, they were gold medalists.
They were the best, yeah.
So it was funny, yeah. Okay, they are young. Okay, Ivan is here, a playing captain. If something uncertain happens, he's ready to jump in. He still is a very good player. So Prague is just, I guess, getting mated. Is there any trick? So he's sort of confident. I don't get it. So let's check. Rook e1, king goes to d8, queen f6, king goes up, queen d6, king goes up, rook, and I don't see. Okay, you can take and run. Okay, maybe this is what Prague is up to. He's thinking that here it's not easy to win with white. But rook b7 just does the job. So okay, this is psychological way to put pressure on the position.
And what are the other positions?
So here,
what's going on?
Okay, let's check. So Gukesh is worse, but with holdable chances. Okay, 10 more moves. Maksodlo is just dead lost, unless there is some trick. Rook and a
I don't believe so anymore.
And the piece up, it should be good enough. Tabatabey is winning. Nihal is slightly worse, but this game seems to be stuck in progress. Nothing is happening. Sidarov has made a draw, and Murzin is much better against Jordan. I think that, okay, it's now the critical game is Murzin against Van Forest. If Van Forest manages to hold, or maybe to pull even something else, then they have some chances even for a win, which looked really less likely a few moments ago. Arjun, yeah, moving back and forth, but not much is happening there. Šarić has lost. I think this was one of the worst game of Ivan for a long. Just to remind our viewers, during the last European Team Championship in Montenegro, he was playing first board from Croatia, getting a silver medal behind Magnus Carlsen, who didn't want to play last round to secure the medal, because he was thinking that it's not likely that Šarić will win against Kamer with black. But Šarić playing so well that Magnus was even considering this option not to play last round. So, Ivan was playing brilliantly, winning against Rajabov and pushing against many players. So taking a silver medal in the European Championship was huge. So complicated position here, but still looks drawish. Let's stick to the main games. So Gukesh needs to find some precise moves, but it looks that the worst is over. I think our chat is now probably screaming because they got Abdusatorov's case around.
I think it's still early. It's still early, maybe a few more minutes, and then we start seeing the the screams in the chat. Oof. Yeah, I feel so sorry for Braham now.
Yeah, maybe it's useful if you play it, then we will know which moment chat is. Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. Guys. Still a few more minutes.
What a moment. I was shocked. It reminded me of some of my losses, painful losses. Yeah, really tough to handle. Okay, Gukesh took on g4, which is the best move, and now we have equal material, but bishop is dominating. The knight, famous games by Bobby Fischer. I think one of his biggest qualities was the way how he was converting this type of advantages, but not much material left. It's not easy to convert it. Pragnananda, it seems to be busted. Rook b7 played. Yeah, when it's calculation involved, game over. He will resign. We can go full screen there. Full screen on that camera. I expect a resignation of Prague after this move. It's a moment to resign. Let's go full screen. He's behind Nodirbek, but
now standing up,
he's helping us
to have some air, grasp what was going on in the last 10 minutes. We have the arbiter standing right next to Prague's game. Okay, walking away now, but expecting resignation.
It's funny to see Deak's face. So he stood up in his game against Nihal Sarin, and then he comes to see what's going on. He sees that Nodirbek is having like 2 rooks a night. He sees that Prague is getting mated. He sees that Gukesh is
so many things, yeah.
fighting for his life. When you expect like ordinary positions.
Yeah, something bored on the board,
teammates are pushing, and suddenly you're. Yeah, not pleasant position for Gukesh. Still, Pragrananda is just taking some time, but he will resign. Yeah.
Yep.
Resignation
We have a resignation.
is there. He's struggling. That's not his level for sure. He's dropping a lot of rating, I guess, especially with this loss. But great win by Tabatabai. Fantastic win.
Yeah, he was minus 10.3 minus prior to this round, and today he would be dropping a few more, so definitely not a great tournament for him. And now the chat starts screaming. Yeah, this is the moment. Yes, very unfortunate. And now, as you've mentioned, now comes even Sokolov to the stage. What do you do? Do you keep on having him in the team? Do you give him a free day?
No, okay. Now it's important to survive first this one, because it's really tough. It's tough match. First, he will think how to win. He will for sure, let's say, accept. Let's win this match, even if Prague doesn't play till the end. But we need somehow to win this one. So let's check the game. Let's have a board as well. So, still very tough, but there will be some activity, and sometimes you have positions where it's 0.60 for your opponent, but you are without any activity, and you have some positions where it's 0.60, but bishop is better than the knight. I don't know, ancients evaluate, but you have some chances to build up something, as I said, to put pressure on your opponent to make right decisions.
Very, very tough match. And I see a question. Do you think Deak will win?
Okay, Deak knows how to squeeze that type of position, and it's not a great position for Nihal. It's not his favorite position. So I would estimate like there is like 50-50, maybe even more, that Deak wins. But 50 is not so small. 50, let's say.
Not a low percentage. And also there was a question, do you think that Gukesh might be hiding some prep here because he seems to be getting in worse positions a bit more often than usual? We touched this topic yesterday.
I don't believe that he's hiding, because the problem isn't actually, he answered this 2 days ago, right? The problem is that bigger problem is that you lose games and that you suffer through some lousy positions. So in rapid and blitz, you know that the opening is not so important in this class. But in classical, if you are here, play it, because if you win some game, you will feel right. And okay, it's only the championship match. For example, if you're white, it's only how many? 7 games. With white or 8, you will figure it out something in 8 games. But it's important that you feel that you're doing quite well. What a game! What a match! I don't know, in Global Chess League, can you check the lineups where Parham was playing and Abdusattorov? Were they playing against each other in this event? Because I think Parham was board number 2. I'm trying to guess. Yeah, Abdusattorov was board number 2, I see it. And Parham was board number 3. Okay, so they were not matched up.
No.
White is better here, that's obvious. Abdusattorov, okay, a rook up is just, yeah, playing, yeah, not resigning, but anyway, obvious, it's obvious result. Okay, white is better, some Kramnik. Okay, now if I would need to take player with white, Kramnik will for sure be Magnus. I don't mention any better endgame. 2 bishops. We don't even mention his name.
Magnus doesn't come to the competition.
So Karpov, of course, but in like contemporary, in this I would say top level chess, who is squeezing quite well. Yeah, it will be interesting. Sometimes even Fabi is doing very well in this type of position. Okay, of course, Hikaru, yeah, if I would be black with Hikaru, or not me, even stronger players, come on, you would get into serious trouble. So Hikaru would be very high on the list. Okay, Indian players, some Indian players as well.
And it is a comment from 15 minutes ago, but seems like it came at the right time, saying Gokic is famous for converting equal games into winning positions.
Yeah, but
games versus VE and Fabiano earlier.
Yeah, a little bit more complicated manner. So, Fun Forest, is he holding? Okay, we are there a long time. Let's stick here for a second. We can stay with camera on this board. So Murzin is really long. Okay, or let's switch with the camera. Let's go. Okay, Parkham has just stood up, but I like
Still in disbelief.
how he's sort of relaxed, because some players would be like completely crazy. So I like him. As I said, he likes.
Relaxed? You think this is relaxed?
No, come on. Can you imagine some other players, top 10 players you can put, I don't know, 8 of 10 would be like, not shouting, but close to.
Yeah, we might switch to the next camera for a short, yeah.
Camera number 2, let's see what's going on. So now it's a mess. So we are around bishop a6 is a possible move. So is bishop c6 a blunder? It seems like a blunder. Bishop a6 played? No.
No.
Okay, now Jordan has survived.
And Murzin has only 45 seconds on the clock. And it's not even move 30. What is it, move 26?
Yeah. I think we will have a guest. We can invite him to stay with us for a while with commentary.
Of course.
Yeah.
Maybe we can go full screen just for a second. Whichever camera.
So we are back. I have at the moment hero of the Turkish Airlines team, Amit Atabey. Congratulations for your win. It was quite convincing.
It was very convincing game actually. I was not expecting to. I actually checked the game briefly with Arjun after the game, and I actually played very well. I'm really surprised, but I played.
So
it seemed like I played very well.
What was, let's say, something unexpected, or you wanted we stay for a second to watch a bit the final moments of the round of your match, and then we can switch if you're interested, or if you want to immediately to check it.
Too, doesn't matter.
Yeah, let's check, because we can share.
Yeah, Andrejka was. I thought it was almost winning.
He's better for all the time, but according to Engis, Gukesh is somehow holding a bit.
It's super unpleasant. These two pass pawns it's really unpleasant. I would be surprised if Gukesh holds this.
Yeah, so
especially Gukesh is really short on time.
Yeah, yeah. So okay, 3 more moves, but it's quite pleasant for white. And Andrejkin is a type of player who
he loves these positions.
Yes. I said that I would pick up him, one of top 5 in this type of position before a few moves ago. That was a crazy.
Yeah, I'm actually curious, like what happened.
I will just show you. So
because I saw Abdusattorov played Queen A4 in 1 second, and he blundered Bishop takes D5.
Yes.
Obviously, this Knight takes F2 trick.
So and that is even there is a check, some checkmate. So what happened here? So you mentioned this.
Oh my God! Wow, I see Queen G3.
Yes.
Oh my,
yes.
That's insane.
Yes.
No, it's game move. It's completely okay. Queen A4 was crazy. First of all, shout out to Param. This Rook C4 was insane. Can you go back? He played. It's
some random move is probably H5
actually,
or whatever.
Yeah, I noticed his position is very pleasant, but this Rook C4 is like an ingenious attempt.
Yes.
I mean, it's not very accurate.
No, never mind. I love it. For me.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really awesome, and you could see like from like Abdusattorov was under pressure. That's why he played Queen A4.
Queen A4, and you mentioned this Knight F2 that after Bishop D5, Knight D5, Knight F2, and the Rook is hanging.
No, it's reasonable.
Yeah, so here, and here there were some checkmates, so many checkmates already.
Yeah, so what happened here?
Bishop E7, all best, Knight F4, fantastic, and now probably Queen H5 is the easiest. Oh. Queen C2 is also probably good, but Queen H5 probably just
is really unlucky, actually.
I don't know what will white play.
No, he would stop the clock for sure.
Yes. So he just played this.
Oh, that's really insane. Oh my God. Yeah.
I don't know how to live with that, because it was...
I really feel for him now. It's insane. Because I glanced at his position, because my game was like very tense. And I saw Abdusattorov blundered Bishop takes D5. I was like, okay, it's over. And I also saw after like Bishop takes E3, and I was like, okay, complete winning. Then I was focused on my game. Then again looked at Param's game, and I said, what? Like he's just down a rook. It's insane.
I don't know. Maybe the hardest game. I don't know, to live with.
It's really heartbreaking.
Yeah. On the 4 board, okay, Bogdan is pushing, probably a little bit unpleasant for Nihal.
I think Nihal will hold it. It's a bit unpleasant, but still, it's very hard to break through. Because whenever you go E5, I will prepare E5 with black. Mm-hmm. Whenever you go E4.
Yeah, E4, sorry.
Somehow I will try to, and other than that, maybe you want G5. Yeah, so I would prefer to put the knight on F7 maybe. And
he was there. He was there.
Ah.
He was keeping it for a while, and then he started.
Yeah. But what black has to just wait more or less and see what happens.
6 board was also crazy, because white was winning after like.
He was.
Yeah, the opening it's like sort of lost position around here. Engine said it's already dead lost.
Wow.
The game haven't started.
I mean, they both have plenty of time, so I thought maybe it's okay for black.
Yes.
So I was like, wow, like it's such a nice prep. Like I looked at the position, I thought maybe it's equal, but wow, I really like white's position. I was very impressed by the prep, but I didn't know it's that winning. Actually, it's crazy.
Yes, and then later Gurel played very well, endgame somehow, and in the end managed to make a draw. And we have this game we can stick for a while.
Okay, Murzan is winning now.
What has happened? So E5 played Bishop F5.
Wow, Murzan found this Queen G4, Knight H5 was amazing.
Yes.
Especially he's very good under time pressure. Actually, he's a very good blitz player, Murzan.
I was watching him in Global Chess League. Okay, there was no increment, so maybe he was a bit struggling there. But here with increment.
Yeah, that's a lot different than like actual. It's like 3+2, and he's very good. Yeah, under time pressure. Wow, very good. Yeah, 85 now. Yeah, now it's.
Yeah, it just game over.
Rook c8, yeah. Or this, yeah, and then
yeah, okay. 7 is falling. If he takes rook c8, bishop d8, and f7, and that's it. So we will have resignation. Do we have them on the camera? We have, I think.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, it's over. The game is resolved. What does this mean for the match? So you need to hold. You need to. Okay, you have good chances because you need to hold in the house game, but also Dimitri.
No, Dimitri also can win. Yeah, we are doing very well. I think we're gonna win the match.
Okay, let's go to your game. Let's check what has happened there.
So I predicted that he would go semi-Slav. It's basically his main line, but he didn't have a game in g3, so it was a bit hard to prepare. And he actually played like a great line, which I didn't check much. I briefly checked it. This b4, because that's not the main line. So I knew that, so basically, e4. Yeah, main move is, I think...
bishop b7, I guess. And then this stuff.
Bishop b7, and then some e5.
Knight g5.
Knight g5,
Bishop e7 or h6, knight e6, etc.
The line continues. But he went for this, which is great line, amazing line. e5, knight d5, knight d4, bishop e7. So I could remember that I was going bishop g5, like I thought it's here, and then castle. And I remember that I was taking on e7, but I didn't understand. I was not sure whether I take it here or I wait for h6, then I take. I didn't know the nuances of the position, so I decided to just play a natural move, which it was very natural, I think. Here, and I already started to kind of dislike my position because he's in time with bishop a6 and c5 and everything. So I was like, okay, let's take on e7 now. Here, queen e7. And I wasn't sure. Rook e1, rook d1, rook c1, knight f d2. I wasn't really sure. But this knight f d2, I saw this line with c5, and then the way we play. And it looked very interesting to me, so I thought, okay, let's go for it. So take, bishop a6, of course, and knight e4. Yes, I see engine proposes h6. Makes sense, because I always had the ideas of going knight g5. But I thought if black doesn't capture my pawn with queen c7, then maybe even rook e1, then maybe even f4, I don't know. I wasn't really sure. It looked completely fine for black, but again, it's a very interesting position. So he opted for this queen c7. Actually, originally when I was calculating this knight f d2, here I thought knight g5 could be maybe interesting, so maybe we can show the line.
Yeah,
and then g6, and then bishop d5. At first I thought maybe this is interesting, take, e6, f6, and knight f3. So after queen c5, then I go, let's say, rook d1. And I thought, okay, knight goes to d4, rook f e1. But then I realized it's actually not very good, like not good at all, because black can push d4 at some point. I mean, I'm not sure he has to do it or no, but he can push, and then he has bishop d7, bishop b7, he blocks. So I realized it's not good.
Okay.
But I had a feeling that this line cannot be bad for me. So yeah, let's go back.
Okay, so you play rook e1.
So I saw this rook e1, queen e5, rook d1, and then it looked very pleasant for me actually. It's a bit weird because he captured the pawn on e5, and it's not very clear where my compensation is. But the one critical line that which is important for white to see, is queen c7 here.
Okay.
And well, the whole idea works only because of this line, that I have knight g5, and after g6, rook takes e6.
Okay.
And white wins here.
Okay, and bishop comes to d5. Yeah.
So after that, when I spotted it, I was confident, and I could not find a way to, organize my pieces, like from black side, I mean. And yeah, here I could not decide between queen a4 and queen c1, and then I thought queen c1 is more natural, because queen a4 I'm also attacking the a pawn, and queen is well placed on a4, but I was not sure about, I actually didn't know like what's the black's best response. Maybe c3, I thought c3. Actually, I was trying to kind of like fool myself to not go queen a4, because my instinct was queen c1. I could not refute queen a4 at all. Because sometimes I take an a5, but queen c1 looks so natural and so good that I couldn't really refrain.
Yeah, the setup with queen.
Yeah, because knight d6 is coming, and I always have the idea of taking on d5, and his pieces are paralyzed. So he found a very queen h5 is not good. Yeah, I don't know what else.
Never mind. Yeah.
So knight d6. Yeah, and then this rook a8 was quite interesting to me. So basically, the trick is that after knight c4, he has bishop c4, queen c4, and knight e3.
Okay,
that's the
cool.
trick.
That's cool.
That's a very cool trick. So basically, I'm forced to take on d5, e5, and here I wasn't sure at all. So I thought a lot about also moves such as rook d4 to play against the black position. So like rook d4 and then h4. I don't know, queen f4, rook e5. But the problem is that he's got bishop c8, and then he will put the bishop on e6. And I could not see directly like what I'm doing. Yeah, I see engine propose. Yeah, queen d2, let's say. Bishop e6, f4. But again, queen goes to g6. I wasn't really sure. So queen d2. I originally thought after bishop c8 it's an equal endgame where it's gonna be a draw. But then the more I thought, I realized that it's not that like drawish. So queen d5, rook, queen d5, rook d5. Bishop e6, and it's important to go rook d4 because if I go rook e5, he has c3, and then bc3, bishop a2. So I have to go rook d4 and then bishop e6, and then he has to go rook d7 to go rook c7. So one line that I have is let's say c6, but that was not my main idea. It was just a safe option: rook c7, knight c4, rook c6, knight a5, and I'm sure it's a draw somehow. But yeah, that's one option. So I'm basically safe. The other option was that instead of this c6, I go f4.
c6 in which position? So you take?
No, so
bishop
c8
takes.
Bishop e6, yeah. Rook d4
and
rook d7, f4. So I wasn't sure about this f4 because I thought if g6, I have g4, and if bishop g4. I have even f5 maybe. Is that correct? Yeah, f5, yes. So bishop f5 will be met, then knight f5 is losing, and gf5, some c6, rook takes c4. I thought it's very unpleasant for black. Yeah, I thought some c6 and then...
I'm really impressed. Everything is correct.
I played very well.
Everything you're saying is fully correct.
Yeah, and yeah. But he opted for this d4, and it was very surprising to me because... That maybe I don't understand the position, but it looked like he has no compensation at all. Like this, like he has this diagonal, but after bishop
but this
e7,
is a monster, right?
Yeah, that's a monster. He doesn't have open files for his rook. So yeah, bishop e7, rook e3. Yeah, even c3. Sorry, queen h3 even played. F3. Yeah, c3 takes. Bishop c6. I could not understand like what he's doing, because he's giving away some pawns. But otherwise, anyways, the position is extremely unpleasant.
Yeah, and okay, you made it easy.
Yeah, a3.
Everything looks like perfect.
Yeah, and here is the final blow. So it's actually very interesting. So when I took on f7, I saw until the last move, which is rook b8. Rook b7, yes. But otherwise, I'm not sure if it's winning at all.
Without that move.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably everything is like forced. Here you need to play rook e1, exactly. Yeah, it goes this way, and you need...
Exactly. Queen c7 also. But queen c7 is very, like, queen c7 check, king b5. Like, at first, I did not spot this, like, before taking f7, at first I did not spot this.
Something like so I didn't think that even here...
Yeah, but it's down the rook, you know? If I don't checkmate him, then, yeah. But, yeah, I spotted rook b7 when I took on f7. And yeah, after rook b7, it's just reasonable.
I don't know about your previous games in your career, but this looks really...
I played very well, yeah. Very.
And
myself
final combination and everything.
Yeah, it was a very good game.
Yeah, big kudos. Yeah. Let's check for a second. Has something changed? Your final opinion?
Very unpleasant. Something like even.
Okay, he will.
Maybe even rook b5
and then rook b6 before and so on. Yeah. To connect the pawns.
It could be like objectively even winning, but yeah. So the other board.
And it's funny, today everyone is watching Arjun as well.
Did he win?
He was actually stuck completely. So let's say a few moves ago, it was this kind of position. Okay, hang on. It was around here. Basically, white cannot include his king. And they were just moving around. But something happened. Okay, he's trying. But it looks very good for black.
Wow, he really wants to press the 800.
Yeah.
I don't see him winning this game. I mean, Arjun is like, he always finds a way to make his magic work, but it's really unlikely here.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, what's your ambitions, okay, besides this tournament? Because these days you see how many players are inspiring, how they play, how they win, like Arjun.
So I had a very rough period. I lost so much rating recently, and I played in Spanish league. It was a very bad tournament. Also in Olympiad. So I don't know, in total I lost maybe 30, 40 points. But then it was a good lesson because I learned to chill out and be like, okay, life goes on, it's okay. You can lose some games, sometimes you can have bad periods. So one thing that has changed for me is that I'm a lot more chill than I was, which has helped me a lot. So even if I lose today's game, I would have been okay with it.
Nice to hear.
So that is kind of helping me for now. We'll see, but ambitions, to be honest. If you had asked me this question, I don't know, 6 months ago, I would tell you cross 2800 as soon as possible, stuff like that. But now I just want to play good chess and just really enjoy what I'm doing.
Great. And trying to avoid stuff like Parkham's game today. This is really hard.
It happens time to time. It's I've had similar experiences, but this is crazy. I should go back, talk to him, make sure he's okay.
Yeah, we would love to hear that he recovered because he's a fantastic player. Okay, thanks a lot for coming and hope to see you next time. Guys, we'll have a break and then we move on. Dragana is back. Fabulous game, fabulous interview.
Yeah, and it's always amazing when the players come here and they like spot on, have everything perfectly in their mind during the game. Not so often that you hear this.
I know that he's a fantastic player. He had many great results in Grand Prix. I think he was playing very well in Belgrade Grand Prix. Tabatabai, so yeah, I mean, he's a fantastic player, and I was shocked how precise. Okay, people sometimes play with huge precision some moves, but your analysis that everything you show.
Yeah. It's one thing that everything you played is correct, but completely another level when everything you've analyzed and thought about was, again, correct. Completely amazing.
Yeah, let's just check Gukesh game and then we will have a short break. It seems that he's just lost. What a day. Really, I don't know. I'm expecting, and we do expect sometimes, Dragana, right? That there are some upsets, but this time?
Upsets and on this level? Yeah, not something you see every day for sure.
Yeah, we will check other games, short break. Guys, follow this event because it's memorable, it seems to be memorable.
Definitely, for a lot of things, a lot of statistics around here, the stakes are high.
Exactly.
So yeah, stay here, we will be back after a short break. We are back after our short break and we already have many decided results.
Yeah, I want to update you that I just saw Parha Maksodlo speaking with Abdusatorov, Nodirbek, and they were discussing this was easier, so he's alive. He's so easygoing, he's probably thinking already about his next game, which is fantastic.
Is good to know.
Yeah, this type of play. Just give me the games, give me the moves. Someone, as I said, would suffer for a long, and you couldn't even talk with him
For hours.
For hours. I don't know.
Days, yeah?
Sometimes it's really tough. Some players handle it very, very tough. Like, I don't know, even Nepo, even some Magnus Korchnoi before, and some other Kasparov. If Gary was.
And you stood in his way.
Yeah. Let's check the situation. Let's go to the first camera. Let's see what's going on in Andrejkin against Gukesh. So it was actually not easy to convert around here, but these are the type of position. I was expecting that Black will create some counterplay, but here he actually didn't succeed, and Andrejkin played it well, as Amin has confirmed my comment that Andrejkin enjoys this type of position, so I'm not surprised. Hang on, King F3 played here. Okay, I'm not sure why it's condemned by the engines, but okay, we will see. It's possible that something happens, but it looks at the moment it's just winning for White, and in this game White is pushing, so they need a miracle. I would say that he was a bit more optimistic than maybe it's realistic. Nihal will, Sari will suffer a bit, and Andrejkin needs to work for a bit more for a win. So I would say that also Super Chess might hope for some strange scenario that somehow
But what a match.
They win this one and combine it with draw on the first board, but it's probably less than 5-10%.
Super Chess winning with the draw on the first board?
No, how winning?
No, they cannot win. Ah, but you meant the game, not the
winning.
Match.
They can draw.
Yeah.
Only in the best
Only,
scenario
yes.
if Bogdan Deak wins and Gukesh managed to save himself. Any comment, any remark in the meantime from people? Yeah, poor Parham, I see. It's quite
Admiring Indian GMs like powerhouses. Yeah, and it is true. They're playing non-stop internationally, even though they haven't recovered yet from fatigue. It is true. Really, we do need to send some kudos over here. They've played the Olympiads. You had the tournament in London. It's just one after another.
In the meantime, Arjun has made a draw. As we were commentating together with Amin, that he doesn't see how he will win this one, but it looks, yeah, it's a just draw. So the game was drawn.
So he's coming back from 2800 live.
Yeah.
But still, some
But
chances will be.
is, yeah, even in worse position due to today's outcome. Wei was completely lost, and he still is. So this is just dead lost position for him. He got outplayed from the beginning. Actually, this is a game which is very surprising. It's not something you see from Wei that he got into this type of lost position. So yeah, this is quite surprising outcome. Then in that match, Šarić lost, which is a huge surprise if you will ask me, and Brkić is suffering against Narayanan, and I don't see how.
And I have to interrupt you since seems like we're having a guest.
Oh, why not?
Yeah, so maybe we can switch to some camera from the playing hall just for a few seconds.
And we are back. Vincent Kamer is with me. Welcome, Vincent, and congratulations. You're playing like a machine.
Yeah, today was a crazy game. I think I made also quite a few mistakes, but in general it was a nice game.
It's not easy to win against Alexei. He's very solid as well, right?
Yeah, but he also likes to play. I mean, he's not the kind of player who kills every opening and tries to force a draw, so I'm always happy to play against him.
Okay, so d5. This is like a main line now in chess.
Ragozin.
Yeah, Ragozin, bishop f4.
Yeah, it's a rather sharp approach. Now there are all these crazy lines after knight e4, rook c1, knight c6, and it's always a question, yeah, is black ready to go for it? Of course, everything works out nicely, but it's very sharp.
It was funny, Vasily Ivanchuk was here, and then I know we were watching some games, he was not playing, and then bishop e6, probably he stopped following theory in Ragozin, let's say 5 years ago, and now completely changed theory. I think it's completely different than 10 years ago in Ragozin. Okay, so e3, you can jump in whenever you want.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, this is not the most problematic way of playing for me. So I was already more or less happy, but it was also meant I was out of prep more or less because it's already playable position. Yeah, I'm not sure about bishop e2. I felt it's very natural.
Yeah, but it's also typical position. You can have it in different
yes, of course you can get
scenarios.
Yeah, many move orders or like.
Yeah. Okay. He took knight a5.
Yeah, actually felt this position should be quite okay for him.
Okay, b6.
Rook 8.
Okay, some moves.
Yeah, I thought c6. Yeah, this because now he can switch to the c6 b5 plan. I mean, he has two ideas, and there's usually this idea of going c6 b5. But then, of course, it's good for me to have a rook on a1 because after I play a4, there's some pressure on the a file. So it has some sense, even though he lost the tempo with b6, to now go for the c6 b5 plan. And yeah, h6. And I was contemplating whether to go rook fd1 because, of course, it generally fits the position, but it leaves this f2 e3 constellation a little bit weak. Yeah, so
how do you, for example, you decide about putting the rooks? They usually say it's not an easy decision.
Yes.
Because you can contemplate for hours where to go. And do you have some feeling or?
No, here I didn't have a feeling because, I mean, both ways have their problems. Rook a1 is just not the right spot, and rook fd1 leaves this f2 e3 constellation weak. So I was trying to find a way to get the rooks to the squares that they belong to, because in general it's rather likely that d or c file is going to open up. Rook on f1 or e1 is not going to do anything in the near future. And I think in the way that I played, there was no way for him to exploit this weakness. And of course, 96 is already a move. I mean, he's being very solid, but it accepts that he's a little bit worse.
It's not maybe in his style, as you mentioned. He likes also to play, but still there are lots of possibilities. It's not some dry position.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Okay. So you switch now to e1.
Yes, because now I will not play c4 anymore. He put everything on the c4 square, and now basically my only breakthrough is.
Yeah.
I mean, I could take on d6 and try to play for the d5 weakness, but I don't think that's enough. So now I was trying to go for e4 when, of course, rook is on e1, is the right square. So.
Okay, so you were like coached by so many like good trainers and so on. So what do you think? Have you spent enough time in, I don't know, checking this type of structures when you're pressing for a little, or it's always possible to learn something new? Or
well, it's always very different. Yeah. This had, I mean, the way that I played this position had nothing to do with any specific analysis.
Classical.
Of course, in general, understanding that I got from the trainers surely matters. But it's more like you have a general understanding of the game and certain structures, and then you might have an idea what to play in the specific way.
And also one thing, let's say parting with the bishop. Do you make this type of decisions easy, or sometimes you are hesitating?
Don't really mind giving the bishop here. It's more a structure thing, yeah. That, for example, with pawn on b2, I would take immediately. I mean, not here because then maybe it's even better, but then the structure would be great because I have the c3 square for my knight. Open c file, some bishop a6, and your d5 is very weak. It would be a horrible position for black. But like this, that c file is closed. I also have a weakness on c3 potentially, and I really need to get my knight to f4 or b4, and this is very far from d2.
Got it. Okay, so the event took this way. You took, and we had this
really shitty position for him. It's not nice. I mean, it's of course quite solid, opposite color bishops, but I have the full central control.
I think in Rogozin you should maneuver much more and risk much more to end up in this position with white.
Yeah, usually with white you need to do much more. Yeah, that's true.
So you went this way.
Yeah.
Okay, so g4, easy move or tough move to make?
I mean, of course I have to make sure it works, but in general for me it's very natural to put it there, because in general, not immediately, but f5 will be an idea for him. And I mean, what is my idea? I have pawn already on f3, so there's no rook e3, rook g3 ideas anymore. e5, d5, both. I mean, e5 doesn't make any sense. d5 doesn't work. So I need to push f5 basically at some point, and then of course the f5 square is important.
Okay, f6 he's trying to wait a bit, but now it's obvious that.
No, I think we both made quite a few mistakes here probably, but it's just so hard to understand what's going on.
Okay. It looks scary, but also it's not easy with white.
I'm not breaking through because the bishop on g3 doesn't do much harm. I mean, he's controlling the b8 nicely, but in terms of king's attack, there's not much going on.
Okay, so a5 and you...
Yeah, I was expecting him to just go b4 actually after f5. c5 I was quite happy to see, but also this is not easy.
To play d5.
Okay.
Yeah, this is obvious.
Thing is that now I think he will get b3 at some point. And here it's the big question. Yeah? If I try to do something direct, which I did in the game, or I can also play it slowly. Let's say I allow him to go b3, I will play a3. I have this b pawn under control, I will switch to defending it with the rook so that my queen is 3, and then how do I win this position? This is the big question. Because
one thing, I think some people who are not like on grandmaster level, they have an issue. They don't think in the way that you might think already about exchanging. What happens if you exchange some pieces? Let's say, do you plan to stick with queens on the board, or you're planning to exchange them at some stage to keep one pair of both pair of rooks, or to exchange one? So let's say in this moment, if we moved queens off the board, it helps Black, or
I think in general it would help Black, maybe not in this immediate moment because I could take b4, c4, but in general I think it would help Black. Yes.
So you want to combine it?
I want to use kingside attack.
Okay. b3, you were not scared.
I mean, this is coming anyway, I can't do anything about it. Yeah, otherwise I have to open the whole queen side, which gives him way too much counter.
Okay, so rook a6, also normal move from his side to prepare.
Yeah, this is just bishop h5 was a very nice move actually. I missed this.
To stop your avalanche.
Yeah, it's, I mean, just very confusing, this position.
Yeah, engine says that everything is winning, but you see also some counterplay.
No, actually, I missed quite a few things here. Yeah, like I missed bishop h5, and also then I missed this queen a7 earlier in the game. Like I thought, queen, if I have queen f7 and queen c5, I'm pretty much winning, and then just queen a7 and the exchange queens. And what we talked about,
yes,
trading queens was not my plan.
Actually happened.
It wasn't my plan. Yeah. So.
But okay, you still were quite confident that somehow white should prevail here, or?
I mean, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because I don't have this d1 square. Yeah, let's say I took in the game. And
yes.
Like general problem is, for example, if instead of let's say he pushes a4 now. Yeah.
Okay.
And I would play a3. Let's pretend. And then he just goes for something like rook d7, and he takes on d6. Or maybe he goes king f8 first to make sure that there's no back rank mate, and then he takes on d6, and because I don't have this, he has full control of the d1 square, and I don't get the rook to d2. I'm not sure whether I can ever win this position, even though it's full exchange up, but this was my worry. That's why I played g6, and I was planning to go e5 actually after a4.
So a4?
Yes, I was planning to go e5.
Okay.
But I completely missed this bishop g4 deal, which you also use in the game later on, and I'm not sure whether here it's, for example, interesting. But of course, this position is very crazy. But I think I'm on the better side because this king is so big. I can really use this.
Okay, so and his problem is you collect some, let's start attacking some pawns, both will fall down.
Yeah, no, of course it was a rather tough decision to take ab3 because after this I can also easily lose. I mean, he suddenly has two connected passers, which I'm not gonna stop, so I just have to run myself.
Since there were so many crazy events on the first boards in the match, I was not following. How was your clock time management? Were you confident in nothing?
Not that much time left. I mean, he was clearly pushing on the clock.
Okay. Yes. Position is.
Yeah, for example, I think after b2 I have to play c6. Yeah, I just have to let this rook go. And it's winning, but of course.
And he will need to sacrifice back. But
yeah, and under bad circumstances because his bishop is cut out, and still even if he can't really defend, let's say c7, he goes rook 8, I take and go d7. Even there, he can't really do anything.
Exactly. You decide either to take or to prepare.
Actually, I think he had his try was quite good.
He opted for rook c6.
Yes, e5, and here I thought I'm completely winning, but this bishop g4 move was. I mean, I was very lucky that e6 was move 40, and then I had some time to think.
Okay.
Because here I need to make some decisions still. Okay, if you look at engine, it says +5, completely winning, but over the board it's a bit different.
You want to find only one way somehow.
Yes, and I think I have found one of the ways that works.
e7, exactly, rook e8, and then rook c4.
Yeah, the problem is that he can't really get active because all his pieces are tied down to the
defense. So if he pushes rook c3, this happened?
Yeah, this happened. Yeah. And, I will take one of the pawns. And always the problem is that he can't just sacrifice the rook because he will get back rank mated. I mean, I can just sacrifice the rook, but for him it's 10 times worse. And also, okay, it was...
Okay, nice touch.
Let's say bishop c8, I can even take on c8, go d7, it's just, he's completely tight.
Okay, that's a nice final touch. Okay, you're playing quite well. Last year you were playing first board,
yes,
right? And the team was doing quite well. Okay, second in the end. Today you are playing second board, which probably gives you some more chances to try to win even more games.
Yeah, I mean today, Serrano is probably 50 rating above Sugiyov currently, so I don't think this time actually I think the teams in general are stronger compared to last year. So
okay, Indians were not present to the Asian Games and so on. Yeah. But I'm asking this, I'm actually commenting this because now we have this race and Arjun and Gukesh, they're playing like crazy. So they're inspiring a lot of people that it's possible to win in a row. And then Fresine gave me the comment and then suddenly some players think that they can play the same and then they lose with black because they're just taking too much risk. So you can, it's not easy to play like them, right? To win
not at all, no.
Yeah. Okay, Vincent, thanks for coming and good luck in your next round. Yeah. Guys, let's switch the cameras and Dragana will come back.
And hello back.
Yeah. Vincent is playing fantastically.
Yeah, 4 out of 4, 100%. Very few players are left with this percent so far.
Yeah, like I said, Arjun and Gukesh, they are inspiring a lot of people. And same goes when, I don't know, they joined the studio. Everything looks so smoothly. As I said, I was 25-90 my career, but I think for a second that I could play that type of chess, but then I'm back to reality. I cannot.
It depends, maybe one game or something like that, but yeah, they have everything in depth. They have everything so precise.
Let's run to the playing call. Let's check what's going on. It seems that Gukesh is lost, but yeah, what last 2 days for a Draken, you were lost against Behach 25-90 with white, and suddenly you're pushing. So that someone could say that Behach can make a better result with black against a Draken than Gukesh, huh?
It's incredible. It's incredible, and such a day. The first match, we had so many ups and downs in that match. Oof.
Yeah, okay, let's discuss this. First point, what you need to know that you have two connected passers. Sometimes they say the rook is winning alone. For example, let's say that I play that you wait with some ridiculous stuff. You wait, and I just start rolling, and you cannot stop me. So this is first thing you need to know. So rook is winning alone. So the point is here that you need to create something on the other wing super fast, because it's quite easy. If the king is in front, then it's easier, then it's tougher, but then rook cannot win alone. But if the king is somewhere on the side, then it's just a win. So it comes very fast. First, second, like 5 moves and you are already busted. So in 5 moves you need to create something on the other wing. The main problem is that if we could get rid of or exchange those pair of pawns, then black would be able to create something, but white is hiding behind this guy.
So very tough position for Gukesh, and we see that Adrakin is just walking around, and
yeah, he's quite confident that he will win this one. So let's check, has something changed in Deak's game? Okay, moving back and forth. Black is waiting. E5 might happen. G5 as well, but I don't see that much is happening. Although he's quite long time. We can check that camera, maybe our second camera. Of the first match, besides Gukesh. Yeah, we have it. So let's check how Deak is doing. Nihal Sarin is worried, but still 2 minutes might be enough.
Yeah, we are slowly approaching the second time trouble. In this game, we have already approached it. For this type of position, who would you choose?
No, I have mentioned this. I mentioned this a few times. Should I say Magnus? No. Okay. No, of course.
The easiest answer, yeah?
No, okay, it's not easy because here you need to break through. So Nakamura is quite skillful. He's moving around, exhausting you. Here, I think you cannot win by position. That you need to win by combining some factors. That you are ready to break through somewhere, you postpone it, then you're threatening, then you're moving around. So it's sort of psychological battle as well. And only people who are capable to put pressure in that way. Magnus is there, as I said, right? The guy. And you have players like Nakamura. I'm not sure that this is position for Kramnik, because Kramnik would taken the main route, but here I think you need to move around and put pressure on your opponent, psychological pressure, which...
A little by little.
Yeah. So... Draking is pushing. It's funny, for example, when Draking was around 2600, maybe 2620. I remember I played some. Which tournament was? It was some European individual. He was around 2600. He would have this facial expression. He would sit, put like this, far away from the board. Doesn't know the theory. He doesn't know the theory. He just sits there, play his lines, and then when it's calculation and something, it's crazy, or imagination, or practical stuff.
Like this?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he switched a bit, but at that time he would sit like this, and sitting there, you cannot guess where is he up to. His own way of chess. No, he was. I like that. It's not classical type, and then he also started to fit with his openings, like some players made their special repertoire. It was Jobava, I don't know, Mamejaro, of course, Rapport. Somehow they find their own. Magnus, even how he's avoiding some stuff in the openings and so on. Yeah, he has his own way. While I don't know, Gukesh, main lines, I don't know, Arjun or some others. Let's check what's going on. Wei Yi was fighting for long, and he's still completely lost, but he's putting some efforts. We can check that camera, maybe. Our second match, next one. So let's people see it. Yeah, that's the one we want. So Wei Yi is worried. Maybe we can go also full screen, just that you could see how bad is it. A little bit closer. Yeah, Yakuboyev is quite confident that he will win this one. I see on the right Korobov behind him. Brkic is playing my friend. He's playing on the 5th board. Croatian number 2. Šarić, as I mentioned, has lost the game, which was really surprising result.
By the way, I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt you. We have a lot of results in the women's section. Typhoon is leading 2.5 to half on match number 1. Zhuzhiner won. Olga Badelka managed to win versus Bela Kutanashvili, and Laura won.
Position.
So yeah.
Okay, we will move back. Let's get back the board.
Also, Super Chess also won versus the Czech de Monte Carlo 2.5 to 1.5, where Dinara Wagner was the hero of the match.
Here Brkic is dead lost, but of course the game is going. Tershahayan is winning. So what does this mean? If Injic loses, we will have 3-3 result, right? Which is a good sign for Super Chess. If they lose it, they will have a chance, hoping that they could win against Alkaloid, and that Alkaloid can win against Turkish Airlines. So that's actually their own hope.
Yeah, this
And
is
so Alkaloid, what is the
day of
result?
upset.
In the open section. So we have
So far 2-1, yeah.
2-1, and Yakuboev is winning, Tershahayan is winning. Okay, 3-3 is at the moment.
Yeah.
It looks that 3-3. The 3-3 is most likely the outcome of this match. Let's switch to another match. Let's see the camera of Sugiro against Vidit in open section. Yeah, that's the camera. We have Sugiro. Here Kamer was in our studio. All others were drawn. Hang on. Sugiro is pushing, but Vidit is putting a super tough resistance. Okay, this is very hard. I see that Engines is saying that this is a draw. The way how Sugiro will play, knight d7 will play, bishop d4 check, you need to move king, and then Engines say that this is a draw. I know, king f1, f4. I would think that I'm lost with black. Now you need to see that you can somehow create this checking, and king goes out. This king is weak, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Come on, give me a break. It's not an easy draw.
It's not an easy, but it is likely. I mean, it could happen. Not.
Yeah, if I would need to guess, I would say that bigger chances that white wins.
Okay. Yeah, day of upsets today, definitely.
How is your opinion, Dragan, about those top players? Okay, I'm not close, but still, what do you think? Are you shocked how much they can see and
yeah,
what
for sure.
conclusions
I
they
mean, you know that, of course, for myself, I cannot even try to compare 3 universes between us. But yeah, it's amazing, every single line and the depth of analysis and the depth of their understandings, and that this could be a transposition to this position, or I don't know, having every single end game in their little finger. It's just, yeah.
Sorry for interrupt. For example, Engine here gives like knight d7 the only move, queen d7 is bad, and you should play knight d7. And then people are saying why he's not playing knight d7 immediately. But to figure it out why queen d7 loses, you need to really go deep. So let's go full screen this camera. Will he play knight or queen d7? This camera full screen. What did he play? What did he play?
With a knight, I think, yeah.
Yes, this is the only move. But to figure it out so easily, and you say knight d7 is good, queen d7 loses. But for a player, it's really hard to realize why queen d7 is losing.
Yeah, it's easy for us to see here. We're sitting over here relaxed, no stress. You have some computer engine next to you.
Can you please check Sugiro? I think he was on 27-20.
Coming right up.
Or maybe 27-10. But if I would need to bet 27, okay, I need the few times.
You're guessing.
I was I will lower it a bit, because I was always giving like 5-6 extra points. So let's say that it was 27-14.
14. Okay, the moment of truth. 27-12.
Okay,
on,
I need to lower it a little bit more. I need to lower it a little
This is
bit
just
more.
a pawn, a pawn or two. I wanted to say a point or two. It's just
I'm a chess fan. Come on, and I was playing with those guys. Which year is that, for example?
okay.
That
You
he
were
was
playing, but
27.
in 2023,
Okay,
last year.
But anyway, I know the players.
I mean, you were playing with them. You know the players, but you know every single player's peak rating. It's
Yeah,
not
and
so
usually
common.
immediately I connect that with the level of they play. What I can expect? Aha, that guy was 2700. Okay, we can expect this type of play that he can win against. We did.
Yeah, of course. This is some very important information, of course.
Let's get back the board because things are heating up. Queen b7. Yes. No, I think that Vidit is having like really tough time to make a draw here. 20%, even less. It's really hard. Okay, he made a mistake already here. Aha, first thing, king e7, not the best move according to the engine. So king g7, g6 is a little bit worse, but you want to run away. Now, there is some kind of difference. Of course, I cannot grasp it. Crazy time. Yeah, you were saying results, but so many things have happened that, okay, basically, let's say which match in women's section we should follow. So you mentioned the Super Chess and Typhoon have won their matches.
Yes.
So only important one is Red Star against,
Sirmija Sremska Mitrovica, and Adela is pushing versus Salimova.
Okay.
So this is very interesting to see, actually.
Any other match which is?
Zenica Napredak already won, and Mushaka Center 1-1. What happened here? Vicky Radeva lost?
It seems so.
Huge upset.
And they're fighting on the first.
Yeah, on the first board we have actually Narva Mai versus Ina Gaponenko. Gaponenko seems to be completely winning. Not a good day for Mushaka Center. Not at all.
Okay, back to this game. Queen b7 played king f1, f4. Now it's tough time for Sugirov. It's not important now if you're making the best moves. It's important that you are putting also some tricks, trying to...
You mean for Sugirov?
Yeah, trying to make the most complicated stuff. So, yeah, as I said, someone will say, engines are saying that he's drawing, basically the accuracy is the same, 93.6. That Vidit is drawing, but take a look of his body language. He's so worried.
Yeah, you need to have a very high concentration, of course. You're low on time. There is no additional time coming next, so this is it. Yeah, either you make it or not.
I'm always thinking, if let's say I'm in their shoes, if I would be black, it would be like really energy exhausting to find the right moves. I cannot even explain you that you're so exhausted after the game. You see, with it fully focused, a bit nervous because you're trying to grasp the logical position, and there is no chance that you will get it.
And okay, here you want to try to stop black from entering from e4 or f5. Is it possible to do it? Well, no?
Yeah, it's okay. You can come back with the queen. So, for example, because you are also threatening this discovered attack. So, for example, queen f5, you give check, king hides somewhere, and then you can climb or hide your king, or you start climbing, offering maybe queen's exchange. So queen f5 might be wrong after queen a6, so you need to take on b3, which is a better move, but then again you are allowing similar stuff. And here, if you don't find the only move all others are losing. Okay, it's obvious because queen is penetrating in other scenario, and then still you need to, for example, this type, you get scary. Is this bad or not?
But wait, a few moves back, b7 was with check. Why don't we play b7 in
Yeah,
that
it's also
variation?
which one?
No, yeah.
Here, okay, king f7, also possible. And now queen d3, the same. Sacrificing this guy to be able to penetrate and collect everything. Really tough.
Yeah, and we have a move on the board.
Which one?
I don't see.
Queen
Yeah,
a6. Okay, so queen b3 only move basically.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. Board number 1, match number 1 finished.
Andreikin has won the game probably. Let's check briefly.
Yes, Andreikin has won.
Tough scenario. So Gukesh is leaving defeated. Tough moment.
Very tough day for all of the Indian players, basically.
Yeah. But kudos to Turkish Airlines. Also for the guys who were, I don't know, setting up the roster.
Yeah, and
to form this type of team.
Yeah, and they've already won the match 3.5 to 1.5. Wow.
And yeah, they can even hope for more.
Yes.
4-2.
Yeah, most probably. Nihal Sari, the only one still playing versus Bogdan Deak.
I don't know if Turkish Airlines will proceed, move up with direct flights to Romania. Yeah, what has happened here? Let's go back with the camera to Vidit. It's a mess. It's a queen b3, best move, and now Sugirov is trying to find the right moves to keep the game going. It's quite easy to go wrong and immediately end up in a drawn position. Yeah, tough moment for Gukesh. Arjun also was expecting a little bit more. But kudos to their opponents. You're playing against really.
Andreikin, for example, yesterday had a very tough game. Unfortunately, we will not get him in the studio.
Yeah. King a6 has been played by Vidit. Vidit is playing now very, very well. Yeah, now drawing chances are increasing. He did a great job. I'm impressed. To get out of problems in this type. Okay, basically this is. Hang on.
Bishop a3.
Yeah, that's a good move. If you take, then I probably first give check.
First check. More precise, yeah.
And then I take, and I'm having this checkmating threat. So tricky move by Sanan. And now you need to find the only move, queen e6. Okay, that's very tough. Everything is tough, but this is very tough. Okay, but it's possible to find it. Queen e6, only move. Oof.
Vidit on his tiptoes, basically.
I'm not surprised. He will ended up in the last minute.
Last minute for Vidit.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Anyway, I can maybe just take my knight somewhere, but it's not possible, seems like, yeah.
Queen e6 only move, last seconds. drama again.
Yeah, now we have the tough matches. Now we
And
have
actually,
the tough
Vidit
games.
needs to do what to make his team?
Let me check. It's currently
He
3
needs
to
to
2
make
for
a draw
Novibor.
so they could win the match.
Yeah, draw is enough.
So he needs to make a draw. 14 seconds, 10 seconds, 9, 8, Queen e6 will be played. No. No? Game over? I gave him 20%, and he was so increasing it, ending up to 80, and he missed. Now he's just winning. Bishop d4, bishop c5, Queen e6 missed, and people say, how could you miss? Really, it's really tough. It's cruel. Because the problem is you could find it, but in the meantime, your nervous system, your brain is so exhausted because you're solving like so many tough things for an hour or even more, for hours,
yeah.
exactly, and then you need to do it, and you're some more, and your opponent is putting pressure. Kudos also to Sana to find the way how to pose problems. Yeah, that's why they have 2700. Okay, he's 26, and why I couldn't? Yeah, they are much better in creating. Great move. Also, bishop comes to e1, stopping all the nonsense and protecting, fighting against knight g3 at some stage. That means that Novibor. Hang on. What will be the results in open section? So we will have Turkish Airlines winning.
Probably 4 to 2.
Yeah, that's basically over. We don't know what will happen because Yakuboev is completely winning, but it seems that Tershahayan has misplayed it a bit against Injic. Injic is very tricky guy and skillful, which means that Takuroed might win the match in the end.
They only need half a point, yep.
On the last board, most likely. Vidit is now dead lost, so this game will end up, this match probably in 3-3.
3-3, yeah.
And next, okay, Upper Profit Nachkanija has won the game, the match. And okay, French club Eshek Charter, they were already on match point down. So let's go, this maybe moment that you just check a bit, is Tershahayan, what's going on in that game while we are waiting here. We can also do it ourselves. So Tershahayan against Injic, he was completely winning, but of course you don't want to exchange rooks here. +3 for Tershahayan. How on earth Injic? Oof. What has happened here? Why this move? He exchanged. He didn't see. Probably f6 was his problem, and he didn't see queen f4. This is the only thing. It's also possible to miss when you're tired, you're squeezing. Probably he's like making a masterpiece. I don't know, around here he was pushing, squeezing, it's only slight plus for white, and then increasing, and you got exhausted, and here exchanging pair of rooks was a wrong decision here. 50 moves he was playing best, and now rook f5, f6, queen f4 was missed.
And now Alkaloid is back in the game.
Yeah, and here white is better, but it's quite possible to hold it. Probably the draw is most likely the outcome.
Way smaller advantage than it was.
Yeah, it's not possible to break through, probably. Injic should be able to hold this one, which is a very important.
Very important.
What's happening in Vidit's game? Let's just check it. Camera is there. I don't know, do we have some games on the camera extra in open section?
We do, yeah.
Hang on, drawing blunder.
What? What happened?
I really cannot. So G4 was played on the last 6 seconds, and being 5 minutes on clock, Sanan has made the move instantly and blundered that here knight d5 just draws the game, because he was not a knight d5 played by Vidit, because he now knight d5 loses. Not sure why, but some queen maneuvering. Let's say I want to take this one with a check. How? I don't get it. Hang on. No, here maybe queen e4 is needed, and then king h4. I don't know. And then Arjun said, "No, it's okay to take," but here queen d1. It's a draw. Okay, maybe still it's not a draw. We will still see some roller coasters.
Yeah, now the time trouble has come, so I'm not sure if we can be sure about any result anymore.
In women's section, which games are in progress?
Salimova.
Only Salimova.
Salimova, the main.
Okay, and you have in the match where Gaponenko is playing and Krasteva, this match is still in progress.
Yeah.
But it seems that who is doing better?
Gaponenko seems to be winning, so that would be winning the match if Yaroslava Sereda manages to hold up with Beloslava Krasteva.
So, guys, I don't know about you, but today it was really strange.
So many unexpected
that Gukesh will lose,
things.
that Abdulsattar was completely lost, that Prague would lose, that Arjun won't win. Whom else? Also some other stuff. That Van Forest is lost, so he lost the game. That Sarin is actually suffering without any chance to win.
What
If
day?
White takes, it's a draw. Not many games left in the playing hall. What I see from Purdue, practically only two. So queen. Okay, this also needs to be calculated. Let's say like this, only move. Now e2 only move, king f2, g3 only move, and okay. I'm collecting this. Now you need to realize, Angel will realize, hang on, and then I collect this one and I'm dropping this one, and we will still move for a while.
Yeah, great, but I have 1 minute on the clock.
Okay, he's capable to find this type of...
Forcing moves, yeah.
Now
yes.
b7 is... Okay, can I do it something differently? King g6. Probably this is the only way to go for it. But also, for example, this type of things. Only moves. Only moves.
Oof, so many things to be calculated.
Okay, but now I need to stop. b7, I'm losing. So yeah.
Is there a chance that I play queen g4 here, forcing a queen exchange? And
No, then knight b6, it will be a draw. This will be a draw.
I forgot that I'm not playing b7 and ag at the same time.
Yeah. Okay, I also thought for a second about it. But... So we have a move. Queen check, or what happened? Queen check, postponing the decision where to go.
Yeah, quite typical when you're low on time and you need to recheck the moves. I'm also keeping an eye on this Adela game She's having a pawn up versus Salimova, pushing for a win. This would be a huge result.
Hang on.
Great boost.
One thing, once again. If I go, you go this. I play this. I take, you take. I go to e3. King f2. Take, queen e3. Can I do now something to place my? Okay, I start checking. You go.
Oh, yeah, you're doing the checks.
Okay, I'm not risking anything, but I would say I move on. I don't know. Is there any chance that something happens here? Now queen b1 only move. Okay, it's possible to find this one.
But you will probably find it on the board when it arises, yeah? Not from this point.
Really tough games.
1.5 minutes.
Is something happening in Deak's game?
I don't know. Let me check. It's finished. It was a draw.
So Deak has
Turkish Airlines 4-2. Great win for them. And you will definitely need to check up on Ivan afterwards.
Yeah. I see him in the playing hall. At least I saw him for a second. We can go bird view full camera. And you will see him at the podium. He's signing, I think, the result. Nihal is leaving. Deak as well.
We see a group of people around.
I think that, yeah. Who is captain of the Turkish airline? Can you check?
Yes,
please?
Of course. Let's see, Turkish. Arpa Emre.
Not familiar with him. I am trying to guess, is he on the stage with Ivan, or Ivan is speaking with someone else?
Too far away to see.
Yeah. Or is it an arbiter? Okay. Taking his jacket. Let's go back to Vidit's game and the board. What do we have? What has happened? B7 played. Yeah, he went for this queen promotion, and this will burn some time again. Knight e3 will be played, but it's so hard to calculate. Yes, knight e3, queen will take. Only move.
Last seconds.
Pawn takes. What else to do? New queen comes. E2 only move. He will see this. E2, yes.
What a finish of the game, and I see Bogdanovsky
Chess is so beautiful. Chess is so beautiful that you have so many
so many
outcomes of the games. Can you imagine that this happens? King f3 will be played.
G3, all of the forcing moves, all of the main lines.
King f3 or king e3. Not clear what is the best, that's why he's thinking.
Okay, but now he has almost 2 minutes.
Yeah, king e3 or king f3. King f3. No, not
but
clear.
on f3 you allow one more check on d5.
No, he must take the queen anyway. King f3. He must take the bishop. King takes bishop anyway. Because if he goes up, king will start to hide. Or take to an e2 and then run. King takes, and he's now playing queen.
I thought for a second maybe taking on g2 and h3 and trying to have this 3 pawns, but I guess it's...
yeah, it was an option, I agree.
Dream scenario, a bit impossible.
Now checks will start. Queen e8 or queen d6, trying to get this h pawn somehow in process. Okay, now it's interesting. You think that you should be careful, but basically you don't.
Okay,
According
you go
to the
for
engine.
H pawn first.
Yeah,
for
no,
the
these are these tricks. I'm actually like showing that I might go for H pawn, but basically that's not a threat.
Okay, but I guess you want to collect the one on E2, yeah?
Yeah. So my target is in2, but he needs to think, is there an option that I pick up this one with check and then come back to pick up this one?
Giving you a lot of mini puzzles.
Yes, exactly. This is how
Not even mini,
how
yeah?
you crack your opponents. Putting some pressure, a little bit bluffing, some disguise. Your opponents start burning time, start to see ghosts. So king to f7, let's say. King f7 played. So now queen will come to f4. How is Tershekhan doing?
They're still round drawish, I would say. At least the engine says.
Wei has lost, so Yakuboev has won his game.
Yeah, this was the result we knew. This is the last game that we're following from Alkaloid's match.
So what is he up to? Is there any trick, or is this just strategy that I'm just giving checks and I don't need to think? You are the one who need to spend some time. King f6 played a good move. Okay, probably all the moves are good, but queen.
Okay, but now you have queen d4 and queen h4, maybe?
Okay, it must be with the check. So.
But it must be with the check, yeah, of course.
So king f7 I would play.
Do you think that...
Okay, but what will happen? White will collect in some stage. The guy, let's say this way. No, sorry, now I stop on that where I shouldn't.
Stepped on the mine.
Yeah, let's say this type of position. And king comes. And it's your turn to... Oops, I will get checkmate, so I cannot play this way. So I need to cover with my queen, like this. But if you can take this and draw that one as well, then it's more than okay. I don't know, king somewhere. And okay, now white was even struggling, so I don't see any idea here. He played
he needs to win to level the match, so...
Yeah, he will take on e2. He tries somehow that black stays down. But if the king is on g6, it's immediately draw. So we just need to stay on, to come on g6. And he will place his king.
And seems like Samuel is pushing.
Still?
Maybe we can...
Okay, we'll come. Just give me a second to see what will happen here. Where will Vidit place his king? G6 or G7? G6, the best way. King G6, and now I don't see any way to move on. I think that Sugiro realized that it will be a draw. So let's move to Tershekhan while staying with the camera here. What's going on? Oh, a blunder. Bishop f6. Bishop s6. Do we have a camera on Terša Hajan's game?
Yeah, we do. We do.
Let's run there. Let's find the camera. Yeah, let's run there. Is bishop on h6? Not yet. He missed it. Bishop h6. So they are really tired.
King h3, yeah.
Okay, there is a chance to win this one. King goes to g4. You push f4. It's not easy to hold this one. Inčić sometimes is very good in waiting. He can stand still for a long.
Some long hours in the office. These are the last minutes of all of the games, and you have all of the pressure for the team result. Will the team manage to win or not? Round number 4, already way across half a point of the tournament. No place for errors.
Terša Hajan is basically moving back and forth. Now Inčić is checking his score sheet. Is there any chance for claiming?
And what was the?
King g3 was played. So let's check. So we have.
Maybe there is.
1.
Okay.
2.
3. Is it?
He's claiming that this was 3. But how? Black is on the move. Hang on.
No, queen e6 was the first time.
Hang on. So here.
Okay.
Black is on the move.
Yes.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you're right. Black is on the move. Black is on the move.
Yeah. So he's claiming, and it's a draw.
Yeah.
The game is finished, and Alkaloid manages to keep this
I don't
win.
think it's finished. Why do you think it's finished? I think
They haven't signed? No, they went away to check the... Yeah. Okay.
Maybe some bird view camera to find them. But it's funny that he's winning in that position, and then need to win, so bishop h6 after. But he probably just missed it.
I don't see them on the bird view.
No.
I guess they have another room for claims.
What's going on here? They're moving back and forth. So maybe it's a moment that we switch to women's section. Yeah. Let's switch to women's section. So let's see what do we have there. You mentioned
we have Adela on the camera as well. We can show that too.
Yes.
And guys, we had Salimova yesterday in the studio playing a very good game, winning so easily, but today suffering.
She's dead lost, but yeah, it's not easy to convert when you're long time. If Adela wins, then Sremska Mitrovica.
And I see the signing of the score sheet.
Yeah, let's go back with the camera.
Yeah, we can go like this. Until we find the full screen camera.
It's really like lucky moment for Inčić because your opponent is winning. Bishop h6 is winning.
And for Alkaloid as well, because this half a point secured their win. So Super Chess lost today. They managed to win. And
there is some discussion.
Gives them an upper hand.
There is some discussion around. Let's see, yeah.
Okay, but they're setting up the pieces, so the
okay, maybe he's not happy. Okay, you never know. Sometimes someone can raise a complaint.
True, but this is a clear case as far as I see. You had a threefold repetition. Inčić claimed it as he should, so no room for questions. Final moments, alkaloid being very lucky, I guess, and very happy for their win. This keeps them in the top.
Okay, so he signed as well as the final outcome of the match as the last player being present.
Yeah, and we can, I guess, go to some other
Yeah.
camera.
He's so unhappy, Samuel. So let's switch. Let's check, has something changed, first of all, in Vidit's game? But I am expecting just a draw. Is this drawn? No, still the game.
He's still playing, yeah.
Yeah, but basic. Okay, he took. Okay, now at least his opponent king is on g7. So if you take on c3, which will happen, you go king g4.
No checkmates around, yeah?
King d4, king g5. Okay. This is not easy. You know that this is wrong, guys. This is quite useful to know. Let's say that I blunder both pawns.
And even this would be a draw?
Yeah, it's a draw. This is known stuff. Actually, I spent some time studying endgames because it helps, especially this type.
How do you draw this?
The point is that, let's say okay, you start checking, and then I'm playing now bad moves for white because queen g4 was winning immediately. But basically, you just wait. Somehow, I don't know, and you start checking, whatever, and at some stage, white comes to h6, g6, and you have stalemate motive. I'm just trying to recall what is the system. No, I should stay on g8, I think. And then there is a way how to draw this position. I'm not sure now. According to the table basis, it's drawn. Okay, I was playing probably bad moves, so you need to force. There is a way how to draw this endgame. Okay, so engine is saying like this. Wait. I don't know. Queen d1, check. Queen d3, g6, and you're stuck. Okay, so this king movement was not great, but this is some kind of way. I know that it's drawn, but I was not studying so much.
It's an easy draw, yeah?
It's not stalemate. It's more that his king got stuck, and actually that yeah, even to pawn up, it's a draw. Table basis are showing. Maybe our viewers know it. You can check it. Let's switch to women's section. You mentioned Adela. Is there anything else left?
No, Mushika Center finished. They lost the match to Schachgesellschaft Zollingen. Narva Mai lost to Ina Kaponenko, and Beloslava made a draw versus Yaroslava Sereda. So they lost the match. Tough day for them as well. And Adela on a verge of winning the game.
Yeah. So white is thinking. So she pushed e5, and she wants to win in the rook's endgame.
Maybe we can see them. We see them on the camera already. Yeah, great.
It would be a huge upset that she manages to win with black against Salimo.
Yes, but
and also scoring an important win for her team. Which move was played? A4.
Of course, Nurgul is not giving up till the last moment. Guys, remember that Salimova was one of the candidates, playing the candidates this year, so...
Playing in the World Cup finals, knocking out...
Chessineurope.
Yeah, and I think even Stefanova maybe, and I'm not sure. And who was the winner?
Vrnjacka.
Vrnjacka, yes.
Yeah, she lost in the finals to Vrnjacka, even though she had some chances. But unfortunately, she lost, and today she's on the verge of defeat versus Adela. And I mentioned on the start of the round, Adela was playing on a much higher level.
Rookie 3 just resigns. Rookie 3 and we will have resignation. We can go full screen. Full screen because Rookie 3 and we will have resignation. Rook.
20 seconds on the clock.
If she takes the rook and bring it to e3, that's it. Is she taking the rook?
Come on, Adela, 10 seconds. Rook e3 on the board.
Last seconds, and now we'll have a resignation.
Is this the last move of the game?
I think now we will have a resignation. Not yet. Okay. Pawn takes.
And check. Then I can take the bishop.
And queen. Okay, it was not so easy. Okay, now I have several ways. c3 also wins, and c2. Okay, let's go back with the board. So rook e3, king e2. Now c3 wins. There are several ways to win. c3 is the easiest, and then after bishop d2, c2. But also it's cool that you can take on f3, start pushing, and you have this nice back.
Queen h1.
Yeah, back rank check. So let's see what will she choose. c3. Okay, she spotted that queen comes to h1. Nice final touch by Adela.
Yeah, this is it. Curtains. Crvena zvezda or Red Star will win versus Sirmium Sremska Mitrovica.
Yeah, there was a funny story in Golazzo studio with Thierry Henry Carragher, and somehow Thierry Henry could pronounce Crvena zvezda correctly. While Jamie was struggling, and then they were laughing a lot how to pronounce Crvena zvezda correctly. A7, queens, and check. Yeah, very nice final touch. Queen comes behind, and now it's not about that Nurgul is not aware that she will lose. It's about yeah. Final moments. We can go full screen. To check those final moments. And we will then switch to Vidit's game against Shogiro, but let's wait for a second. Sometimes those final moments are also cool to catch.
To grasp, yeah. I guess this is their captain being very happy, very proud.
Very nice that she's adjusting pieces. Nice sportsmanship.
Yeah, we do have some players who tend to run out immediately without even adjusting the pieces. Kudos to Adela, congratulations. I guess that this is the boost that she needed to come back to her strengths. And let's remember that Alina Bivol had a beautiful win on the first board as well versus Mambazada.
And in the meantime, in Vidit against Shogiro, we will have perfectly situation I was telling you about. So let's switch the camera, let's switch the board there, since edge pawn will drop, and then you need to defend that position. As I said, table bases say that it's a draw. Maybe our friends in chat, our viewers, could help us.
Yeah, you already see some comments about the theoretical draws.
Yeah.
And even saying that in the database you can find a few grandmasters resigning even though it's a draw.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Listen, endgames are complicated, and if you are not aware of some things, I know many of them which you could only win with one way, or make a draw other way, and so on. So I showed you this rook and a bishop against the rook, how do you win, and some stuff. But if you don't remember them, or if you don't find the correct system how to memorize things, I connect some memory with some photo or something. I need to see.
Photographic memory.
Yeah, or sometimes also if I hear something from someone, but I connect it with situation when someone told me that you should go there, and so I need to visualize a bit while memorizing from the paper.
How often do you need to repeat those things? How often do you need to repeat? Because it's not that you just learn it and that's it. You need to repeat it, and how often do you do it?
Yeah, actually, opening is a bit harder because more pieces, and sometimes I know that there is a move, but I cannot find the way how we ended up in that position. Or I know the position, which I had it in my laptop, but I cannot find the way how to enter this position because there is no logic. So you didn't, for example, I know, actually I'm sometimes having this, not sometimes, every Saturday I'm having this chess commentary of Croatian national TV. And it's like 20 minutes, and I'm showing some games, I'm showing some analysis, and I'm basically standing, doing the old way. And sometimes I'm shooting basically 10 in it doesn't go live, but I'm shooting like 10 games in 3 days. And sometimes I need to like record 4 games for one like day, 2 hours or 1.5 hours in the studio. And if you are watching some game, I need to be precise. And if you don't give you some tips, first pawn, then the rook, or then both pawns were on the dark squares, and so it's very hard to memorize. Going back to your question regarding endgames, the problem is that, as I mentioned, these endgames, it's some knowledge which might be useful in some future. While openings, immediately you can speak with people about some opening, you know about it, you will use it in rapid blitz and blah blah. So it's not easy to focus on endgames. And as I said, if you don't use this system of memorizing, you will forget it. It will be the same, you will know the way, but you will mix it up and so on. There was a book of John Nunn, Practical Play, and he was at some part he put some main endgames you should know for a practical player and so on. But of course, things are upgrading and so on and so on. Yeah, I think that those top players, like top 20, they have like superb memory. My memory is quite good in like regular life, but for top players, they really have. I have a problem that I cannot remember. So I'm sometimes memorizing games before the lines before the game, sometimes for 2-3 hours, and then immediately when the game is finished, I clean it up. It's off. Sometimes it was funny. Sometimes I was working with Grandmaster Kožul. He was a Croatian champion, European champion 2006, winning so many tournaments, open tournaments, winning against super strong players. He was 26-40 and so on. And then it was funny, we were analyzing some line, and then some idea, Greenfield. And I said, okay, this looks interesting. Let's check who was playing it. And then I pressed search, and my name. So I was playing this with white, this idea, so I completely forgot.
Yeah, maybe there is a comment saying that Gelfand once had this position and that he showed how to draw without any problems.
Yeah, if you see the system, I saw that I know that the king ends up on h6, and probably it's not possible to hide it. But maybe the thing is that there is some stalemate motive. I think with the pawn on g6 and something, it's important also that there is a stalemate motive. This is how I recall. So it's combination of perpetual plus in some position there is a stalemate motive, unless I'm mistaken.
Wow, what today? So many upsets, right?
And it's funny if you're, let's say, not at home, not watching this broadcast. Let's say that you are, I don't know, arbiter, or you are the guy, some amateur, or even like a good player, and you don't know that this is a draw. So you think, oh, really should stick to this, those two pawns. If he loses, it's lost, and so on. So you see, if you are lacking some information, you can get completely different opinion or picture what's really going on. Now some like top players are immediately discussing this outcome or like precise move order and so on, and the pawns will be lost and so on. Maybe, yeah, but I think there is a way for him to collect those pawns. Now I think probably he's just moving back and forth to put additional pressure.
Yeah, of course, I guess you do not want to give them up immediately. Try to tire your opponent as much as you can, even though if you know this, yeah.
Yeah. I see that people are writing, and they are curious, do I know that this is a drawn endgame? Yeah. Okay, I was some lousy Grandmaster 2597, so I know something about chess and something about players.
Ah, but look, the comments were coming before you showed the position.
No, I know it. That's what I said. I know something, a little bit. Although when I was, for example, in the Olympiad in Budapest, then I'm walking around, I see some player, and then I say, a player got this, I want to get that one, I want to get that one.
It's a nice
Suddenly
feeling,
I said, okay, it was not so bad.
Yeah,
it was bad, but not so bad.
Oh, come on, don't be humble, you were not bad. And of course, doing so much commentary and television stuff and YouTube channels and this and that, you're sharing a lot of information with the chess community, so it's something to be proud of.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, but now he will start swindling for a while. But anyway, h pawn and g3 will be lost.
And we believe that Vidit knows this as well, right?
Yeah, they both
basically
know.
both of them. Yeah,
they both know for sure. Don't yeah, people shouldn't underestimate those plays. But the thing is, you're not sure which is the right concept. And for example, there were some endgames, crazy endgames. I don't know, two bishops against the knight, and in some positions, best is to immediately go with the knight to g7, and so on and so on.
This might be even the last position, the last game in the playing hall. Let me check.
Yeah, endgames, endgames are usually the ones. Yeah, but in former times it was okay. You could work alone. On endgames through some books, some were saying, Ruben Fine many people started to work on endgames through that book, but that book has many mistakes. Okay, it might have some mistakes, but I would suggest that it's also useful for quite a high level to go through those books. Then I was working through Averbach's books, which I think are fantastic, and my coach, Kruno Savkulak, who was grandmaster. He's born the same age as Karpov, Timan, I think, and Ljubojevic. They're born in 51. And basically, he was inputting all those endgames through to ChessBase, so I would have it in PGN, and then I will repeating, and then I will need to press and search. I can search all the books immediately myself.
Great.
So it was quite useful when I was going to a tournament or need to check something afterwards. Immediately I would get an info. But at some stage it was complicated. For example, I recall that I was working with him on queen against the rook and a pawn. So I know this stuff when it's won. I know the process how to win it of some stuff. For example, when the pawn is on f6 and the rook is on g5 or e5, that you should come and kick the king, and then you should provoke pushing the pawns and not to bother it. But there are some position where the pawn is already far away. For example, that the pawn is on 7th rank black pawn and the rook, and you have a queen, and you need to put so much subtle maneuvering. And I was really tired to work on that type of endgames, and it never came to my practice. But it's funny, I had in my practice rook and the knight against the rook like 15 times, but never a rook and the bishop against the rook, and never as a stronger side, never as a weaker, in rapid and blitz, never.
That's very interesting, yeah.
And I know something about it, but never. And some positions were coming to my database, to my practice. Also, we were working a lot on some bishops endgames, opposite colors bishops. So yeah, it helps. And then Cvitan would come, who would always carrying his pocket chess set, and then he will show in some. There is John Nunn's books, and there are some very useful rooks endgames. There is one very cool rook endgame. You can win it only one way. I can say it, but I don't know if users can visualize. So white has h4, g4, f5, and king on h5, and the rook somewhere aside. Black has h7, g7, king on f7, and rook somewhere b6. And there is only one way to win: g5, g6, and then rook f8, f6, and rook f7. But never mind.
So breakthrough,
yeah, and then you need to play rook, sacrifice the pawn, and place a rook on f7. Also, some rook and a pawn against the rook. There was a famous endgame. Magnus lost against Aronian in Tal Memorial, Moscow, when Magnus was 96-97, let's say, 93. I always need to adjust it a bit down, but I think it was 97. And then Magnus gave check and immediately knew that he made a mistake and resigned. Aronian plays the rook on the 6th rank, and then you shouldn't give a check. So there are so many endgames, but they are quite useful. But because why? You're playing a game. You're trying to outplay your opponent. It's tough. It's really tough, and the opponent on my level, even in your level and other levels, it's hard. The guy is putting tough resistance, and you manage to outplay him. And when you end up in position, you know that feeling. Thanks God. So, for example, I was playing against Lawrence Trent. I remember in Harkany in Hungary, and I knew that rook against 2 pawns, 3 pawns without the king. I knew some stuff, and I knew that I know which position now, not to bother people too much. And it's important to run with king as fast as I can. So I was not collecting the pawns like sometimes Magnus is doing. I was running, but I was so happy because that endgame.
You know it, yeah.
That feeling when you are like, oh, I see this, and that feeling also on opposite side. That feeling when you end up in the endgame, you don't know anything.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible.
Terrible. You don't know. You cannot even break through. You cannot
You have basically no idea what to play for, and when you know it, then you know the motives, you know how to go
At
around
least,
and
yes.
save some time. You are striving for something, but if you try to figure it out on the board,
it's horrible sometimes.
It's more like pure
It's
luck
horrible.
than basically trying to find something out. Because when you end up in the end game, you're always low on time, so don't have time.
For example, I was playing few times rook and 2 pawns edge and f against only rook, and I knew some things because I knew rook and a pawn against a rook, and it was already easier. I won once, twice actually. I won. I think I could be even able to hold this 2 pawns down. So it's quite useful to know, and as I said, this feeling when you know about those endgame. But those top players, they also realize that for them it's very, very important. So the level what they were doing, I remember, if I'm not mistaken, that P.H. Nielsen, greetings to him, has said that in some stage he invested some money and went to Moscow to work with Vrnjacka on endgames. I know was he happy enough with the outcome. I know also some other players. You just invest, you go 2 weeks, spend a few $1,000 and work on your endgames. And then you got confused completely. You play like a patzer for a few months, but then you increase your level a lot.
Then it comes being stable,
everything, yeah.
So Dvoretsky's endgame manual.
I think it's too complicated for regular club players because basically you don't need to have an endgame book where like 100 pages you're getting deep. For example, 2 knights against the pawn, you can spend hours. The one win in
when you're doing it by yourself,
when the pawn is on a3 or a4. I know the zone. I was discussing this a few days ago. You play with 1 knight. You're kicking the king, and then at some stage you need to switch knights to leave the pawn goes one move further to keep the king in the corner, and then I think in total one position totals are more than 100.
Yeah, and you definitely need to know this by heart prior to the game. No way to find it on the board. At least I think so. There is this book as well, 100 Endgames You Must Know.
Yeah, this Cubanian, I think.
Jesus. And
Jesus Villa, I think.
If I remember correctly, I think that Kostyniuk said that she was making these flashcards with positions, with 100 positions. And basically she was studying the endgames till she learned all of them, till the point she could reach to the deck, pick up a flashcard, see it and be like, aha, okay, I know how to do this. Let's get another one, and all 100 of them.
Yeah, I would do the same if the glass of wine is on it. 100 times, no problem to practice.
100 wines,
yeah.
You must know.
100 drinks, you must drink to be able to get to endgame.
Yeah.
So, tough situation. Also last year there was a famous endgame. Pranav against Fan Forest. Actually, they lost the title because Offerspiel has won, or it was 3-3 or something like that in that match. And it looks like Fan Forest is blocking. So it was a rook and 2 pawns against the rook. That Fan Forest has set up sort of fortress with the king. I was actually having a dinner with Anand, and we were watching the game because I was not doing broadcast last year. And how he won it. Yeah, at some stage it was clear, but at the beginning it was not clear that White can win this easily.
I think Sokolov mentioned the exact same game yesterday when he was in the studio, saying that was the crucial moment when they basically lost the title. Any chance for a medal. Actually, not any chance for a medal, the title.
Yeah.
Then they lost to Novibor in the last round, so then they lost the medal.
Yeah, so I think I got in chat correctly that queen starts to king, and then king ends up on h6, and then maybe it's a stalemate. So king g4, h4, h5, g6, king is on h6, and then when queen comes to g8, you sacrifice some. As I said, I'm not sure. I would need to dig a bit. And of course, here white is combining this with some tricks. If black wants to stick, that he will threaten maybe some checkmate or something.
Checkmate in one?
Yeah.
Why not?
Famous Fritz, deep Fritz, how they call this? Deep minds, or how they call it in Bonn, when Kramnik has blundered mate in one. That was a famous blunder. And then Deep Fritz, this operator, I love this operator, this is fantastic. So you're an operator, so you build up, or your team has made this stockfish, Deep Fritz, Ribka, whatever, and you're executing the moves. And you're sitting there, you're getting an info which move to play, so you play a move, and actually you're bored because engine is behind working. And you're just executing. So Kramnik is sweating, opponents, humans like Kari or who were playing are sweating, or I think he started with Adams, he was playing also one match. So you are sweating, and the guy who's executing the moves is just pressing the clock, making moves, riding, and that was famous story. So the guy, I don't know the name, he said, then Kramnik has made a move, I'm writing it in my score sheet. I take a look of the engine bar and I see making and then, or the computer says queen, I think it was queen h7. So queen h7, then he plays queen h7, press the clock, checkmate, queen h7. Yeah, I think this is dream job. Yeah, this is job I would love to do it. But
instead of broadcast?
No, I'm joking. Yeah, but I want to say the effort needed is fabulous.
Yeah.
Fabulous. The guy is sweating. They're producing like the best thing they could. Actually, Kramnik was playing fantastic game. It was slap defense with Queen's Gambit with accepted with b5, and outplaying basically Fritz with black pieces. But then it was equal, and he blundered the checkmate. But fantastic game by Kramnik. So the guy is actually producing miracle, and suddenly blundering because he was tired, and you are like a board because your energy consuming is zero because you're just sitting there. Actually, there was a guy in like late 90s. He was traveling around to Croatia and carrying. Actually, computers were not so bad, but computers were bad that players were allowing them to play in the tournaments. That was fantastic. So you have like normal tournament, and then you have 10 players, or I don't know, 100 players, and suddenly Engine is playing. That was fabulous. And Engine plays some tournaments in Croatia, and then Engine has like 4 out of 9. This is fantastic. So of course everyone was happy about him, about the guy. Yes, of course you can play because you cannot take prizes. It's very bad and so. And also the guy was playing. I played one tournament, not against the Engine, but next to Engine. The guy was also making, and then the guys realized that Engine is making blunder. So he was stronger at some stage than Engine, 22 something, and then he sees what Engine is doing, but he needs to make that move. It was some kind of blockade or something.
Yeah.
So these are the best times. Because this is like once again, huge effort. And with engine bar, you just kill.
Of course.
I'm not showing how hard it is to play this type of games. I played similar, not on this level, but I played few games. And how hard it is to play 5 hours, 6 hours games.
Yeah, almost 6 hours. And basically, which move are we? What was the last move since when we started counting? 50?
No, that's Yugirov knows for sure.
But we will take the pawn.
Yeah,
now,
he will
so
take the
it
pawn
doesn't matter, yeah.
in 50th move. So 70 from 76 they have started, and now it's 106. So 20 more.
But okay, the king is on at h5, and you can take it right away if you want to.
Okay, so what do we have in standings? So can we maybe check who is leading the field? So Turkish Airlines, Alkaloid, Novi Bor we don't know yet, Aqua Profit, Nachkanisha, they are all on maximum score. Novi Bor might join, most likely will join.
Probably, yeah.
If this ends up in a draw. And that's basically it. Right behind them are French, I think, Eshek, maybe, I don't know, others. In women's section. Okay, I was speaking about 5 points, not 4.
Okay. Yeah, in women's chess, Super Chess was leading, but they lost today.
Against Typhoon, so Typhoon is on maximum.
Wait, this is still the men's section. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so Typhoon was actually, prior to this round, the only one with... Or is it now? This is updated.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we already have the updated list. So Typhoon is leading, the only one with 4 wins, with 4 match wins. And afterwards we have 4 teams with 3 match points. Super Chess, Garuda Ajka, Crvena Zvezda, and Napredak from Zenica.
Yeah, Typhoon looks very good. I told all the stories, and if this just hangs on forever, it will be hard to follow this, because not much is happening. Basically, we can leave you with the board and camera. Yeah.
So there's a comment saying Aloysia was playing in the Austrian Bundesliga, and this position and game came up, and the players did not know it was a draw. The game ended in a draw anyway because White messed up.
Yeah, what to say? Guys, start learning endgames.
For sure. Yeah, it seems like they're using the 50 moves.
Yeah.
Going around the 50 moves, and then he will take a pawn.
We will leave you with the board. With the board and camera. If nothing happens in 1 or 2 minutes, because not much to do.
Yeah, okay, so just concluding the day, it was a very interesting game. We had so many upsets. Prague lost, Gukesh lost. Nordiberg won, but I mean, in what a way? Heartbreak for Praham, and
yeah,
only the first match. We were only talking about the first match, and so many things happened today.
Crazy, really crazy. I'm shocked. Not much is happening. This will last for hours. We will leave you guys with the camera and the board for a while, but basically we are wrapping it up. Do you agree, Dragana?
Yeah, for sure.
Let's meet tomorrow again at the same time. It's becoming more and more interesting, and yeah, stay following a bit.
And we'll be back tomorrow.